Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name is Daimien Kamiya and I'm the Omni King. I briefly turned around so I can get some drinks that I bought earlier today and put them on my desk. Alright. I really want to try and see if we can push to get Path of Fire done today. It's going to be a heavy push because it's 3 maps. And I have to complete them all, and then thankfully I don't have to worry too much about like achievements or anything. Like, in all honesty, once we get to Icebrood Saga is where the pain is really gonna start, because that is the first instance of walking into content I have 0 masteries for. Like, even for when I came back to the game, there were 2 Path of Fire-esque masteries I did not have. The underwater one for Skimmer, which I had enough mastery points for. I just had to unlock it and then grind the experience for it. And then Skyscale. And Skyscale, because of the daily mat restrictions, it was actually easy for me to, or because of the daily restrictions on doing content to unlock it, made it really easy for me to get the masteries I needed for it, especially when I was walking into 2 maps, the snow one with the brand on it, and I forget what it's called, Thunderhead Peak, something like that, and Dragonfall, that I'd never been to, that had tons of masteries on them that were relatively easy to claim, plus the story related masteries. It was not particularly hard for me to get the masteries I needed. But going into Icebrood Saga, like, I'm gonna have to really start managing things. You probably might see me just run around the maps before I do anything, just to try and grab mastery points. You're gonna see me spending a lot of time redoing story missions to try and get the achievements for them, so I can, I'm not probably, like, I used to be all about doing story achievements, but that's because that was one of the most convenient ways of getting masteries, as every story, had a mastery tied to it by doing enough achievements. You didn't have to necessarily do all of them, but some of them. It depended on, like, and Bitterfrost, for example, you had to do all of them. But in other ones, you did not. So if I don't need to do them, I won't, but generally I usually end up doing them. It really depends on, like, I might look into it just to see, like, on the wiki, like, how many masteries I need to unlock everything in Icebrood Saga, everything in End of Dragons, and then kind of plan accordingly. Ray did inform me yesterday that experience now overflows. So normally, if you, whatever mastery you were selected on, if it got full and you couldn't buy it, you were screwed. The experience just capped. But now it actually overflows into another mastery. In this case, that's how I got points into Astral Amenities here. I'm saying that like I'm actually on the game here. Let's actually switch to the game. I was looking at this. Oh, that's good too. But yeah, Astral Ward here ended up getting extra experience when I maxed out Flight Mastery. I only, and to reiterate again, because this is from Secrets of the Obscure. This is the expansion that just came out. I only maxed this because it served to be of great use to me continuing forward. It was the same with Skyscale. I legitimately did not want to do any story I didn't do until I got to it. But with learning how potentially useful Skyscale was, I did ask chat, and now Nick was the only one in chat at the time, but Nick said, go for it. Let's get the dragon. So I halted my progression in the game to go to unlock Skyscale. I also did a lot of stuff off stream too to not like spoil parts of the adventure and stuff, but Alright, we are on Riverlands. Hello, good sir.
The Emperor feared my great power. Do you?
You cannot harm me. I am protected.
Is there a reason I cannot talk to you? No. Let's get the heart. Ray, do you remember what weapon it is that Ellie gets when they add in new weapons for each class? Because I can give you an update on my, on the thing I was going over last night. Main hand... Okay. I'm gonna look into that then. So what I was doing last night, so one thing I've always wanted to do in this game is have a mono elemental character. But obviously back when I last played, there were no build sets. So this would have meant having 4 separate characters. So fuck off. I'm up. Did not think I was killing 3 guys doing that, but okay. Oh my god! Does that guy's fucking thing actually block my heal? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is painful. I'm dead. So, but the thing was, I had different stipulations. Number 1, they all have different statted gear. Was one thing I wanted. I didn't want each build to just be a copy of each other. Now, keep in mind, this really only would have applied to Ellie, or to Fire and Earth, because they're both basically just Condi builds. However, Earth is a lot more of a defensive one, which is bad because there actually is a pretty decent Condi defense set, but it has no power. It utilizes... What's the stat?
Why do we even care about it?
Trailblazers. Toughness, condition, vitality, expertise. But there's no power behind it. I was gonna run Grieving, but I may change that. I may actually run Toughness just to make it a bit different. Because Fire can then be Grieving rather than Vipers. Water is going to be Zealots. And the reason why I'm not doing this right away is A, it's super expensive. Oh my god, Zealots alone is not cheap because it uses Watchwork sprockets. No, it was, what was the stat again? Trailblazers. Trailblazers uses Maguma Lilies. These are the sprockets. They don't really seem expensive until you realize you need 250 of them per item. And then the good old-fashioned Maguma Lily. You know, this thing that's only 91, and then I think, what was it? You needed 3 of them per item. These are actually much cheaper than they used to be, though. Not gonna lie. Maguma lilies used to be like I think they were 6 or 7 gold each. What was the other one? The other one was pearl. It was a pearl, right? Freshwater pearl or something like that. Yeah. Those dropped a lot. These used to be like 5 gold. That's actually really nice. To see them under a gold each. But anyways, as I was saying, the big problem I had was air. I could not figure out a good set for air. Air was becoming a huge problem for me. I tried sword pistol. I didn't really care for scepter or focus. Sword dagger is what every other build is running. So fire, water, and earth are all running sword pistol or sword dagger. I liked hammer a bit more, but I may hold out until the new weapons come out so I can give pistol a shot and see how that one works for air. Yeah, it's all expensive. And then tap on the fact that if I... now, I'm not making Vipers anymore, but Vipers would require oil. Flaxseed oil. Like flaxseed oil. Like, Ray, I noticed with flaxseed oil that they reduced the amount of flax needed to make it by 5. But why haven't they solved any of the other problems with it? Like, making it more available to get. Right? Like, that was probably the most angriest I was in the game. So flaxseed oil was a huge component needed to craft Heart of Thorns related armors. So any armor introduced... Yeah, that's exactly it. So Heart of Thorns introduced flaxseed and flaxseed oil, which is needed to make literally any armor that was introduced, armor and weapons that were introduced in Heart of Thorns. That's fine, I guess, right? And there were 2 flaxseed farms introduced within the game. There were 2, like a flaxseed farm. We'll open up my map here. I used a skill by accident. So over here, there's a flaxseed farm right underneath the Jaka Insil waypoint here. Like, you literally hop and glide down to the bottom. There's a flaxseed farm. There's also a farm in Tangled Depths, right in the giant tree. There is a flaxseed farm there. There are only 2, and they can be farmed per character, which isn't really bad. It's just annoyingly time-consuming. Especially this one that's not near a waypoint. Then they actually added in a 4th one, or a 3rd one in Draconis Mons. However, you need this particular story instance of Living Story to even access it. And again, it's really not near a waypoint, as it's underneath, like, it's Druid's Grotto, like, but underneath it. Like, it's a bit trickier to get to. There is another, like, I think the 4th one you're referring to, Ray, is like a pseudo flax farm. It's not really a flax farm, but the problem is that when Path of Fire came out, all of the Path of Fire weapons and armor needed flaxseed oil. But they did not add in more farms. Flaxseed oil went from, like, being 60 silver a bottle to, I think it peaked at 2 gold a bottle. And settled at, like, I think it was just over a gold for quite some time. How much is it now? I'm assuming it's probably dropped, but... Linseed oil, yeah, here. Okay, so that's actually much cheaper than it used to be. But, like, this was a super aggravating thing. And then the fact that you needed 20 flax to make 1 bottle. And then you needed, what was it? Like, you need 5 bottles to make part of 1 piece of equipment. Because, as you know, you need 2 pieces of equipment to be able to make 1 piece of equipment. Like, 2 things here, right? Like, for example, the axe, you need the axe blade and then the axe hilt, right? Like the wooden, the handle, whatever, right? Both of them required 5 bottles, meaning you needed 10 linseed oil, which means you needed 200 flaxseed, which is crazily unrealistic to farm. Like, I know they've knocked the cost of flaxseed down to 15, but they should also knock down the cost of linseed oil. Like, I'm just saying, like, it should never have been at 5 in the first place. I'd say maybe, like, 3. But yeah, that was my biggest complaint, though, was that they added in an entirely new list of equipment that required it, but then did not add in any more additional means of acquiring the product to make it. So, like, 7 new armor sets that all required linseed oil, but no new flax farms to farm it. By the way, Ray, you want to see my new Vindicator build that I got here? It's a boon build. It's a heavy dodge focus. It basically can pretty much perma-maintain protection, resolution, and somewhat retaliation. Or not retaliation, resistance. It's basically, I call it a boon tank. Because its entire purpose is to just pretty much run these boons. And it only runs sword. It only runs sword. So I have the Sigil of Energy on. So I can basically weapon swap whenever I want to get 50 energy back. I don't know why it's not triggering though, but... Oh, are you kidding me? I almost had this thing dead! Oh, it got out of range. Fuck off. It was tricky though. To do this, Vindicator made it so much easier to maintain things like protection. To do this though, I was very much looking forward to running Salvation, because then I could Condi strip on dodge. Now, the resolution is solely on me, but at least I can basically perma-upkeep protection on allies. which is really good for like melee characters and stuff. I have resistance, so your slow is pointless. Oh, and you're gonna find this funny too, Ray. You'll find this super funny. I'm gonna show you. I changed my tank build around a little bit, my base tank build. You may think it's a little dumb. Watch above my skills. I'm fighting Branded, but for some reason I'm stacking Torment.
Might and glory.
Yeah. So what happened is I started, so I am running the Sigil of Generosity. So I regularly do pass on the torment to enemies. But one thing I started realizing was I shouldn't be using I was over focusing on what I wanted out of the trait. Right? So first things first, this is a tank build. This guy's designed to resist and restrict on a lot of stuff. Right? But the primary reason, and why it's also a base build, is because of Ancient Echo. So Ancient Echo's mechanic makes it so that when you use it, you get 25 energy. So yeah, so the thing about this is that I'm using it because it's a tank build. The hammer skill reduces physical and condition damage by 20%, which is really important for upkeep reasons. Like keeping up the hammers as much as possible. Well, the Torment trait actually puts the upkeep at 5. Meaning while I'm not gaining energy, I'm not consuming it anymore. This allows me for a lot more open aspect usage of other energy-related traits, as well as Ancient Echo allowing me to bounce back. I basically don't need to stance swap anymore. And all I did was get rid of Devastation. So I lost a bit of damage. I lost some lifesteal. And dodging still gets rid of conditions because I am running Salvation. So now the only odd thing here is I can't get resistance. The only way I can get resistance is through utilizing my Elite Burst on Ventari right now. But if I get resistance, I have 20% more strike damage resistance, and then when I stance swap, I get resistance, and I heal when I have resistance up. Though I don't really have a reason to stance swap right now. Hell, the only reason I'm running Ventari is because I have nothing else to run. And the Dome skill is really useful in terms of some aspects of defense. And now, because of this, I can also perma upkeep it. But let me ask you your opinion, Ray, on one thing. Do you think... Because this is a non-healer. I should specifically state, this guy pretty much runs Knights and Cavalier. Right? He's all about defensive... the defensive nature stuff while possessing a decent amount of power and ferocity. Right? So with that said... do you think Ventari's Dome is more important than maybe running, say, like, Demon Stance? Because... oh, I did not mean to stance swap, I meant to switch to Demon. I'll just look here. So... oh, come on. So, with Demon Stance, I would not be running this. I would not be running the Elite. There's no worry on that. I'd have Banish Enchantment, which is a boon strip. And I would have Pain Absorption, which would allow me to actually get resistance. I'd also have a pretty solid pull here, too. Which Dwarf doesn't have. Like, I could combo the Demon Pull and then switch into Dwarf Hammer. Right? Like... basically, I'd see more utility in stance swapping if I use Demon, but the odd chance... but I'm also perfectly fine maintaining Dwarf, and Ventari's Dome does have some very, very good usages. I've soloed boss, like, champs simply because of Ventari's Dome.
Have you seen any glimmering scales in your sojourns? I'm collecting slivers of blast from the branded.
What? Like these?
What do you think, Ray? Think I should tough it out with Ventari? Ventari also has a Condi Cleanse too, which can be used to help me strip myself of Torment at the same time. So do you think Ventari's better, or are you saying just use Ventari or Demon depending on circumstance? I guess that's true. Demon would be more beneficial with strike damage, though also maintaining better resolution too, so...
Of Ascension? We could use a pair of hands like yours.
Maybe later. For now, I need information. I'm scouring the Riverlands for a place of special significance. It might be related to Vlast. Anything come to mind?
Vlast.
Like, I will say this build's not a boon build.
All these people are being cheated. We have to help. Lucius said I had to keep out of trouble. I know. You could help me gather evidence. I'm sure that would be everybody. Stop what you're doing. I need your attention.
I'm scouring the Riverlands for a place of special significance. It might be related to Vlast. Anything come to mind?
Vlast? I mean, I've heard the legends. But that's all they are. Legends and myths.
Myths aren't always fabrications. Some of them end up being true.
That's for sure. Particularly in these parts. But not all of Nyala's tallest tales are so credible. Not that it bothers the kid she teaches, of course. She's in the tent, just over there, if you'd like to inquire further. How do you do?
In all honesty, though, so I'll say this, Ray, and this is what's making me think on switching here. Problem is, if I run Demon, I run too close to being similar to this one. Though I guess in this case, this guy runs Demon more than Hammers. This guy'd probably run Hammers more than Demon. And this guy's also physically bulky. He has toughness. This guy doesn't have toughness. This guy's entirely the boon build that my Renegade's running. But if I was to truly run Ventari, I just run this build. The one that has healing, the one that has concentration. The one that grants quickness when the dome is up. So I feel like if I need to run Ventari, there's a better option in my list here to run Ventari with. Right? Just as you said, there's no reason to limit myself, but at the same time, that's exactly what I'd be doing when I have a better Ventari option. I'm gonna try running Demon with this guy and see how it goes. I barely switch anyways, so.
For a place of special significance. It might be related to Vlast. Anything come to mind?
Blast, huh?
Greetings, Wayfarer. Have you come to join us in the search for Ascension?
Maybe later. For now, I need information. I'm scouring the Riverlands for a place of special significance. It might be related to Vlast. Anything come to mind?
What's that mean? Special significance.
For the purposes of our discussion, it means really interesting.
But that could be anything around here.
Tell me about it.
Didn't you see someone with the Derman Priory the other day? What were they looking for?
Oh, that's right. A bunch of Asura came to the Riverlands. I met one of them. He was mean, but really smart.
His name is Glog. He's a bit impatient, but he knows a lot about the air. He came through this way asking vague questions, like you are now. Perhaps he'd be willing to share what he learned.
Yo, is that Augury Rock that's open? That sounds like a fun little meta to join. Doesn't the doppelganger event happen after this too?
I feel furious.
So this is a super fun event because you'll end up seeing clones of other players participating in it. Might even see a clone of me. That's why I actually had to I almost had the legendary spawn as me, but it retreated. Alright, see you later, Ray.
This one's kind of cute.
Assistance needed. Reporting for duty.
One forgotten light remains. What do you mean?
Might and glory.
This place is only open for a set amount of time. And there's an achievement to unlock them all. Not as hard to do with the sky skill, though. Because, like, getting up here, for example, would be the hard part. Am I missing any? One remains. There's so many verses. Where's the last light? Yeah, look at that. Verse 14. Like, oh my god, there's so many of them. So dumb. Forgotten debris. This is getting me heart credit, so it's not like it's a waste of time. And I wouldn't mind doing the meta, like for the... Yeah, see, 45. And I've done 5 of them. Sky Scale absolutely makes this easier, though. I know Liana did this. Liana, huge, like a big lore fan, played Guild Wars 1, and they said, she's mentioned many times that Crystal Desert was one of her most favorite locations in the game. This meta gets done a lot because you need to do it for Sky Scale. I'm glad that it puts a light in front of the flame seeker that you're doing. So that way you always know which one to go back to. There we go. I got those done. They're gonna kick me out in a second. Yep.
ivory rock is incredibly compelling. It is a symbol of hope, rebirth.
Wild
and the
magic
ancient age of
dispersing event.
heroes.
So literally all you do now is you just run the desert. And pick up any magic you find on the ground. I just found some, there's more.
We're running out of time. If we don't hurry, the Devourers will complete their breeding cycle.
Let's get going.
It's too late. The hatchlings are coming to the surface. I'll let Abella know of our failure. Hopefully she can live with it.
More energy. This is like the best time to have a beetle. Just rolling around an open area, scouring for a very particular resource. Right at the top here.
Trying to escape the awakened. Now our path leads us right forged.
We just gotta make it to Amnu. From there, we'll be able to leave the desert completely.
But who knows what might be waiting to the north? What if nowhere's safe?
If you believe that, then you can just stay here and die with the Doliacs. But I'm gonna keep moving north, toward hope.
This is actually kind of fun. Why not more of these? Like all these like ones that just like go round and round and round and round. It's actually kind of refreshing to have one that was just a straight line for once. Yeah, I'm gonna start descending. Broken Guardian. Sometimes the doppelganger can reset. Like, that's how I said that it was almost me when I was going for Skyscale. Yeah, see, it's no longer hunting him. So I think it's based off of circumstances of where, because I think the doppelganger tries to hunt someone, meaning they will spawn wherever that person is, which is usually why people group in one spot. See, like, where the tag is? Like, that's where they're grouping. Oh, it's on me. Legend Omni King. Oh, it is me. It actually selected me. Oh, no, come on. I don't know, like, what you're supposed to do if you get selected. Let me check the wiki here. Raised.
Swift and steady.
Oh my god. Okay. So basically, it'll only spawn around this area, and once you're targeted, you have to find the doppelganger. So when it targeted me, I had to find the crossbones and go quickly find them before the event wears off, or before it doesn't target me anymore. Okay, I did not know that.
Safe from harm.
Oh, they found it. The Hollow Smith. So they have the exact same skills and traits as the person they copied. And he's actually, like, using the forge, too. It's actually kind of crazy. Makes me wonder, like, how afraid I'd be depending on, like, what I, like, what build I wanted to use for this. Because he'd be an exact replica. Like, I'm in my tank setup. That would have made this guy, like, super tanky to handle. Man, group fights are so good. I'm just constantly getting Condi cleansed. I don't even have to fucking worry about the torment. Well, I'll remember that for next time.
Ah! Don't you dare sneak up on me like that! You can get yourself killed doing that in a place like this. I'm far more dangerous than I look, you know. I'm sorry. This place has me a bit on edge.
I'll wear a bell next time. You're with the Priory, aren't you? I need information.
Concerning...
I'm searching the desert for... something.
I need more?
A place of special significance. Possibly related to the dragon, Vlast.
You're not working with much, are you? These lands are rich with history, so that could be any number of... Wait, Vlast, you said?
Yes. Anything come to mind?
Well, since my arrival, I've heard mention here and there of an ancient lost city somewhere in the Riverlands. A hub of forgotten activity, or it was before the fall, anyway. Supposedly, Vlast was born there. If you're looking for... how'd you put it? A place of special significance? The lost city certainly fits the bill.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Any idea where I can find it?
No idea. Hence, heard mention here and there. All I've gathered on the topic is rumor and conjecture.
A lost city. That must be what we're looking for. I'd better check with the locals.
I'm just gonna try and push to get some places everything map completed here. You have no idea how hard it is to get to that pillar prior. Alright, so I got POI Vista. Just walking with a mastery point over her head. And there's some form of event here going on. I don't know. She has a mastery point over her head. There's a legendary dude standing here. There's Scrit. Hi, Timey. Oh my god. I fell right through its fingers.
Commander calling Timey. Come in, Timey.
There you are. I was worried you forgot about me. So, how'd it go with the gods? Did Ritlock behave?
Mostly. And it was God, singular. Kormir was the only divine being we found. And now she's gone too. On her way out, she pretty much told us we're on our own against Balthazar.
Ouch. How did Kaz take that?
Better than you'd expect. Kormir told us we had to find answers on our own. So that's what we're going to do. We split up to search the desert for something, anything, that can help us against Balthazar.
That doesn't spell plan to me. That's just the letter P, scrawled on a rock, in pink chalk.
Maybe I should ask a genius to come up with something better. Oh, wait, I just did. Your thoughts, genius?
Well, give me a minute. You can't rush inspiration, you know.
Oh, I know. How's Aurene?
According to Kate, restless. Aurene keeps trying to fly. Takeoff and landing are still a challenge, but well, she's actually getting pretty good at it. You know, in short bursts around the interior of the egg chamber.
Another mastery point.
But it's not fun playtime flight. From what Kate says, it's more Sparkfly trying to break out of a killing jar flight.
Well, keep her calm. And don't let her go exploring by herself. The last thing we need is to lose track of her.
Noted. I'll pass that along to Kate, too. We'll do our best.
And don't antagonize Kaith.
Say again? Breaking up.
Oh, look at that. A free ascended weapon with grieving stats.
Antagonize. Ding! Time's up.
Oh, that's definitely worth a keep. Don't know when I got it, but... Oh yeah, I have one of these too. And that's a free grieving inscription. Yeah, so the grieving inscriptions can't be crafted. Which is relatively annoying. Which is why it was easier for me to get the ascended gear than to actually craft it. But I think I can get one of those. Yeah, I can get one of those out of every single one of these chests. Which you get for completing each meta here. Right, there's the armor right there. There's one weapon, and I have 2 in the bank. So that would be all I need for us. Outside of, like, Breather, because Elementalist only needs 2 weapons. In this case, it would be... Or 3 weapons. Dagger, Sword, and Trident. That's all Elementalist would need. Get Grieving on Fire. So all I'd need is 9 in total. Yeah, no. Yeah, so there's the Vista over by the hero point that I got. Vista POI up north there. In cases like this, normally I would Griffin, but with the high terrain, it actually makes sky scaling more efficient. Because you can basically just go from mountaintop to mountaintop. One of the big things too is with Griffin, you got to be heavily like when mounting into a map check, you got to be heavily reliant. You know where you're going because you don't stop. Sky scale stops. I'm gonna warp back here because of the heart. So just like the Raptor and Springer ones, this is the
Go! Hup.
Hey, thanks. You've done a real kindness here.
Thanks. Those rations.
Hey, thanks. You've done a real kindness here.
Thanks. I owe you my life, stranger.
what?
Nice and slow.
What are you talking about, young?
Sha! Sha! Nice and slow. Let's go. Safe from harm.
I don't dislike Batman.
If they were here for supplies.
I don't really watch Batman
Sure,
though.
much.
I'm not much of a comic guy.
Wonder what was going on.
I'm really not a comic guy at all, in all honesty.
How we're gonna get those skimmers back to their pens? Hey, if you can get close to one of those runaway skimmers, please try to catch it.
You're a life.
If anything, it's that I get annoyed by a lot of people making the assumption my character is Joker, which it's not. It actually does annoy me that people come in.
Let's go.
People come in out of the blue, have no context of who I am or or my hobbies or interests, and then just randomly spam a Joker quote or a Batman quote, not realizing I have no connection nor interest in emulating being similar to the Joker in any way, shape, or form. I know who Batman is. I know who Joker is. I know a tiny bit about them from like various different sources, but I don't care that much about comics in general. I've never even seen like any of the live action Batman movies outside of like the older ones. That's because my dad owned them.
Hurry it up. The skimmers are starving. Right away.
Or I should say my mom and dad owned them. They just owned them. Whether they were good or not. Like the George Clooney one, for example. Not good, but we owned it. And then there was Batman and Robin. Or no, I think that was the George Clooney one. Yeah. I don't even think that one had Joker in it anyways.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I've just kind of gotten into the habit. I've just kind of gotten into the habit of timing out people that just randomly come in and quote Joker for no reason. Such as right now. Simply because you keep going. I've already told you I don't like it, and you keep going. You know what? I get the heart. What's the next POI? There's a Vista over there, POI down there. Let me get off. We're gonna Jacqueline. Warp over here. I think there's a POI in the caves to the right there. There is. Let me get these 2 hearts done.
Safe from harm.
Probably really shouldn't stop moving when I'm being affected by a buff that...
Safe from harm.
Oh, go to hell.
Safe from harm. Safe from harm.
And I think I'm gonna switch back to Ventari, just because I'm not really, I have no real need to switch to Demon.
Safe from harm.
Like we're looking at upkeep. We got Hammer. We got Impossible Odds, which is movement speed and a second hit, a second delayed hit. Torment, which I don't care for. And then a Dome.
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands? It's poisonous!
But I do like this. I like this build. Like, the Torment's something I can manage, which isn't really too bad anyway. But I like being able to upkeep hammers as, like, as a defensive utility. And the cool thing, too, is that if we switch here, we run this. Look, I'm still periodically getting Unyielding Spirit. Because there's a trait... Okay, so it's technically this trait. Heal allies around Ventari's tablet. Oh no, when using a skill, never mind. But yeah, the Unyielding Devotion is the trait I need. Yeah, it's a Sun Spear. The other heart is by the entrance to the map.
I won't be tied to this place any longer. It's time to leave. I'm stubborn. I just decided there's no way I'm ever giving Joker the satisfaction.
Like, part of the big problem I had was hammer downtime. But with this, not only do I maintain good hammer, but because I'm running base, I get to keep Ancient Echo. I love the idea of Ancient Echo. So to admit this, back when I last played, base Revenant did not have a shift skill or a function skill outside of switching stances. Revenant or Herald had the nature skill, and Kala, the Renegade, had these skills here. Beyond that, like, yeah, there's nothing. So base Revenant didn't have anything. So adding that in adds so much value to base Revenant. You have no idea. This build I'm running here would not have the value it has without this class, or without that trait. Because it not only allows, because using the Torment trait, I can not only maintain perfect, like basically just constant hammers, but Ancient Echo can allow me to use energy while never having to drop. So this is going to be fun, because all these guys do is blind, but because I can run pretty solid resistance upkeep, I'm going to be completely immune to it. Like, look at that. I basically have permanent blind. As long as I keep the resistance up, they can't actually blind me. Now, resistance doesn't maintain, like, protection or, Now, there's nothing I can do about the poison. I don't know if resistance affects the non-damaging aspects of stuff. Like, poison reduces healing effectiveness. But I don't know if it affects that or not. But this is like the ultimate Condi counter. Do you know how annoying this fight would have been if I was not running this particular set? Like, no joke, this would have been so annoying to fight. Because I would have been getting blinded every fucking second. So being able to just basically upkeep perma resistance and dodging it alone is already its own defensive utility too.
Safe from harm.
Stone is weak. I hunger for battle.
Had enough? I'm wilting. Need more endurance.
Can you stop, please? Like, in all honesty, I'd personally say the Raptor is the worst mount on this map. Because of the rolling hills, it makes the Raptor's mounting ability a lot less usable. Fuck you. Oh my god, stop! Just let me go!
I'm fading fast.
I'm somehow missing 6 POIs.
People are being cheated. We have to help.
And a
Lucius said I
Vista.
had to keep out of trouble. I know. You could help me gather evidence. I'm sure that would be okay.
Excuse me. I have another question for you. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost City. I could swear I heard something about that from the locals. Apparently it was where Vlast was born. That's the long and short of it, though. Follower Disa may know more.
Oh, fuck you.
My pain was easy. Had enough? Safe from harm.
I require your assistance. Guard, right on.
This guy can boon strip. There's no other explanation as to how I'm losing boons so quickly.
You there. You don't look busy. I require your assistance.
And I require yours. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
There are all kinds of curiosities in this region. Lost City? Sure, why not? Wouldn't surprise me anyway. But beyond that, no, nothing specific. Ask around Augury's Shadow.
Oh, well, it turns out I did, so.
You cannot hope to pass my challenge if your mind is unsharp. Answer me this.
History is my obsession. Would you like a lesson in the events of the past? Gods of Tyr, known as the Six, were benevolent patrons who gave magic to the races of Tyr. Buena, Balthazar, Melandru, Lissa, Grenth, and Kormir. Currently, Balthazar has fallen from godhood, but he's not the first. Abaddon, god of secrets, was sealed in the mouth of torment, but eventually he was defeated and replaced by Sunspear Kormir. Here is my question. Of these names, who was not one of the heroes who helped prevent Nightfall and the fallen god Abaddon's rise. Dunkoro.
Are you sure you're making an effort?
I don't know. I didn't play Guild Wars 1.
You there? You don't look busy. I require your
The nature of the Vindicator dodge extending boons is really what breaks this. I didn't think it extended boons. I thought it just gave boons. Is there another bottle? I want to try my luck at, why am I in combat?
You cannot hope to pass my challenge if your mind is unsharp.
And then the glyphs, and that should be credit.
You there? You don't look busy. I require your assistance.
Alright. There's a POI over here. Oh, someone took out both legendary bounties. Vista, POI there, POI there. By this point in time, I didn't map complete the, like, Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire and stuff nearly as much as I did the base game. Because the base game is where a lot of events took place. Right? So I was perfectly fine not bothering to map complete the expansions because I mostly just used the same characters. Oh, there's one along the wall there. POI there. There's one along the wall here. Let's head to that wall, and then just gotta figure out where the last POI is. Oh, over there.
Excuse me. I'm in need of information.
Are you really gonna make a break for it?
Alright, last POI, map completed, and then we get back to story. There it is. Oh, we got a key. Oh, I got 4 level 80 weapons. Let's Mystic Forge and get something that is not level 80 because I don't understand the logic in that. Oh, I did get a level 80. What did I get? I got a Berserker Sword. Berserker Greatsword. That'd probably actually sell for a couple gold. Yeah. Why not? Alright, back up to here.
these people are being cheated. We have to help.
Excuse me.
Lucius said I had to keep
I
out
have
of
another
trouble.
question for you.
I
Do you know
know.
anything about a
You
lost
could help me
city
gather
located
evidence.
somewhere in
I'm
the
sure
Riverlands?
that would be okay.
Lost City. Nothing comes to mind immediately, but I'm hardly an expert. You should...
Excuse me. I have another question for you. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
What about the Forgotten City? The Forgotten are really interesting. They took care of Last since he was born.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Any idea where I can find it?
What about the river folk? Suppose they might know?
Oh, yeah! Go ask the riverfolk.
You'll find them south of here, settled along the riverbank. They'll know more about the story.
Great.
Excuse me. Do you have business with Elder Muriel?
I'm searching the Riverlands for something important. I've been canvassing the area in search of information.
She does love visitors. But you should know something. Muriel's very old, and her answers are not always clear. Please be patient with her. And try to speak up. Her hearing isn't what it used to be.
Ah, and who are you? I don't know your face, but I like it.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was hoping I could ask you a question. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
A city swallowed whole by the desert itself. Kesho. Yes.
Kesho? Is that the name of the city?
City? No, a nursery. Where the Forgotten toiled. Where Vlast's eyes first opened. Where Glint gave us her legacy.
I need to find Kesho, Elder Muriel. Can you tell me where it is?
A terrible journey across terrible lands, beyond the sinking dunes.
I see. Thank you. Kesho. Vlast's birthplace. Now I just have to find it.
Something you need, Wayfarer?
I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho?
Take care of
yes,
yourself.
That's the name. Vlast's birthplace. Swallowed by the desert, according to legend.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
If it exists, it'll be out there, in the wastes beyond the quicksand. A dangerous place to go on foot. If you intend to travel there, you'll want to make a stop at the skimmer camp west of here. The proprietor there has been selling skimmers to adventurers for years.
Years? You must see a lot of treasure hunters come through this way.
A great many. All searching for the treasures of the lost city. And to my knowledge, none have returned. You'd be wise to keep that in mind, stranger. If you journey that way, make sure to bring your skimmer along. You look like you can handle yourself, but the desert eats the unwary. Remember that.
I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? It's been a while since anybody's asked me about Kesho. How'd you come across that name?
With great difficulty, I promise you. What can you tell me about it?
You're different from the others. Maybe you are after something more than riches and glory. If Kesho truly exists, you'll find it to the northwest of here, where it was claimed by the desert. If you head that way, you'll want to bring your skimmer along. Otherwise, the desert will claim you too.
I'll also bring my beetle along since, not gonna be a short journey, so to speak.
We get moving again. How How
I'm
can
searching
we
for a
avoid the
lost
forest?
city called
We'll have to
Kesha.
head east.
What do you
Hopefully
know
we're
about
far enough north
Kesha.
to avoid the awakening.
Where have I heard that name before?
Whatever happened to that adventurer we ran into last year? Wasn't he looking for some kind of lost city?
Oh, that's right. That was the fellow. He swore up and down he found a legendary lost city. And he asked us to join his search for a cut of the treasure.
What happened to him? Where'd he go?
See the fissure to the north? He ventured into the caves beneath it, and that was the last we saw of him.
Did anyone go with him?
With so many branded in the area, they know better than that.
Shame the adventurer didn't.
Don't even need the skimmer. Skimmer still has its uses though. A for underwater and B for more longer term. Like a skimmer, like
Forgotten statues.
a sky scale, for
They seem to be
example,
guarding
cannot
the pit.
cross the distance of, say, this ocean here or this ocean here. Or, you know, some of this, or in Blood Tide. It's not designed for that. Sky scale can't make that kind of distance.
Hello?
Hello? Commander, are you talking to me? Your signal's really strong. How'd you do that?
I jumped into a deep pit.
Good job! Wherever you are must be on a ley line nexus.
Listen, I found something. A lost city called Kesho. It's buried, so I could use your help finding my way around.
Buried city? Really? Crud, I wish I was there. Describe what you see. Everything, in detail.
There's sand drifts and debris everywhere, and pedestals like the ones in Tarir, with exalted sentries floating on them. Here's something that could be a console, but it looks dead.
Huh. Probably needs a power source. Look around for a crystal or anything bright and shiny.
Something about this exalted. It's moving, so it's alive, but it's not responding to my presence.
Wait, not responding? Poke it with something. No, wait. Don't. That's poor research etiquette.
Found a glowing crystal. And a dead body.
Hope the crystal's not what killed the body. Only one way to find out. Pick it up.
Also, the skeleton of some form of, like, looks like a wyvern or maybe a sand shark.
Okay, the power's on.
What was that noise?
A door just opened. There's another exalted.
No! Did Balthazar send you a Joko? I will defend this sacred ground with my life!
Wait, I'm a friend.
We don't like Balthazar either. The commander's on a mission to stop him. Blast is the only clue we've got.
What have you done? The pedestals are reviving the forged!
The glowy red ones are forged? Good thing he didn't poke them.
You claim to owe Balthazar no allegiance. Prove yourself.
Might and
destroy
glory.
his creations.
I'm wilting. Need more endurance. Balthazar's the reason I'm here. He's working to kill Kral Katorik, and we're trying to stop him.
I wish you'd come sooner. Balthazar was here recently with that wretched lich Joko.
Apparently I'm the chosen champion and protector of Glint's second scion, Maureen.
If you've been entrusted with the role of the Scion's protector, then it would be my honor to assist you. I am Sadazi. Welcome to Kesho. What you see is what's left of the Forgotten's first attempt to pacify the Elder Dragons. It failed. This site was abandoned, but a few of us remained as its caretakers.
Why were Balthazar and Joko here?
They came seeking the forgotten magics that imbue battle armor with living spirits. The same that created the Exalted. They quickly discovered they could use those magics to create these abominations. The horrors they call Forged. The Red Exalted you fought were the results of their early experiments on us. Left behind as mindless sentries. In the chaos, I sealed myself in that chamber to avoid the fate of the others.
That was smart. Now you can help us make sure Balthazar doesn't succeed.
Balthazar thought he destroyed the information you seek, but the sentries he left behind were actually protecting it.
What do you mean?
The pedestals!
Your invisible friend is correct. I can reveal the secrets contained in any pedestal you choose.
Glint was the key. She was perfect for our purposes. A scion of an elder dragon, and a crystal dragon herself, with a mind of her own. We did all work well. The Glint actively rejected Kralkatorrik, and she brought forth more scions to join our cause.
That was Jasso Escher, one of the Legacy's main architects. Sadly, he was lost in the attempt to convert Kralkatorrik.
Wait. Convert Kralkatorrik?
Yes. The Forgotten dared to try. But the hunger of Elder Dragons is too strong. It proved a tragic failure. More of your questions can be answered by consulting the other pedestals.
The most important lesson an Exalted must learn is, though Elder Dragons are unimaginably powerful, they can be killed. Each has a distinct flaw. Mordramoth, for example, dominates thought, but its most powerful asset, its mind, is also its greatest liability. Kralkatorrik's unique strength, its power to crystallize objects, is also its singular weakness. Its creations share a fundamental resonance that connects them back to the Crystal Dragon and makes them vulnerable to each other.
A fundamental resonance that makes them vulnerable. Whoa, so that's why Balthazar was after Vlast. He needed a scion of Glint to kill Kralkatorrik. But Vlast's gone now, so that means... Wait, there's one thing I don't understand. If Glint and the Forgotten knew what killing an Elder Dragon would do to Tyria, why would they rear Vlast and Aurene?
The answer is locked behind that door. If you're done with the pedestals, we can proceed.
Kesho is supposed to be my home, but it's more of a cage or a tomb. I prefer the open sky. I feel trapped here. This place reminds me that I cannot act, no matter how eager I am. Not until the full legacy is ready.
That's Vlast.
We encouraged him to record his thoughts for reference and posterity. He didn't contribute often, and was never glad to do it.
I believe it. He sounds super frustrated and restless. Like a genius progeny suffering through intro to Golomancy.
I can't stand it any longer. The constant talk of duty and destiny, the Force reverence. It disgusts me. It enrages me. My exalted attendants are durable, but still mortal, insignificant. They quake with fear at the slightest angry hiss. I have a job to do, and the power to do it. They can't help me. Why do they pretend they can?
Sadly, Vlast matured in isolation. We didn't know how to socialize him properly until it was too late. By the time we realized Vlast needed to bond with mortal races as Glint had, he no longer could, nor cared to.
So easy, and the others tell me I must wait. But before the real work begins, the whole legacy must ripen and mature. I am ready now. Kralkatorrik continues to grow in power, and my mother's death stands unavenged. But I am my mother's son. I will wait. I will serve the glorious purpose she and the Forgotten set for me. Though the snakes and their golden servants speak as though it is their purpose, and Glint merely lent it her name. So in her name, I will act. Until the full legacy is ready, I will contain Kralkatorrik and cull its branded horde. Intruder! It's my turn.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you keep those boons. Alright, as we all know, I get quiet during, like, story moments.
The door isn't responding. It must have been damaged during Joko and Balthazar's attack.
You're in luck because the commander is good at smashing things.
Raise your right on target.
Step inside.
Same time.
The millennia-long Elder Dragon cycle is one of feast and famine. Ravenous they rise, sated they sleep. Glint and the Forgotten set out to break this cycle of extremes and to restore true balance. But when two Elder Dragons were unexpectedly eliminated from the cycle at one time, we believe it created a void. A void that caused the system to break down and the collapse to begin. The hope was that Glint's legacy would stabilize the cycle. We theorize these vacancies must be filled with entities that circulate and share magic rather than hoard it. Only then will the balance of magic truly become stable. Only then will Glint's legacy achieve its ultimate purpose.
The scions of Glint are more important than we thought. Balthazar only sees them as a means to gaining power, but they could be instrumental in restoring the natural balance.
If you are, in fact, the true protector of Glint's legacy, then it's up to you to stop Balthazar from taking her. But know that he will let nothing deter him from his goal of killing the Crystal Dragon.
Taimi, get a message to Ritlock, Kinnock, and Kazmir. There's a spire south of the skimmer camp, tall enough for Keel's airship to moor. Tell them to meet me there.
Commander, you must leave, now. I can feel the Forged approaching. If you are able to find Kesho, then I failed to adequately conceal the entrance. I must close the entrance forever. This portal will allow you to return safely to the surface.
But what about you?
I will keep my pledge to protect this sacred place with my life. I am at peace. Farewell, Commander.
Well, the fun part gets to begin next. This part always, like I said, I've done this 9 times, and this part always makes me nervous. Always makes me nervous.
Might and glory. I feel furious.
Our allies stashed casks of water that we now desperately need. Think you can help?
Expecting someone else? What's this? Have your friends abandoned? What do you say we take things a little more slowly this time?
My ability to dodge is so... it's kind of broken, not gonna lie. He's not actually really been able to hit me much. I'm trying to time out my dodges now to make it make this not as like dangerous.
Never defy a god.
And there we go.
Suffer a little more now. Cry out, and everyone hear.
Even when he does hit me, he doesn't really do much. This is actually a really, like, kind of semi-broken build. Like, defensively speaking. Oh, that was my mistake. I double dodged too fast. And on top of that, too, it has the other thing that's really useful, too. Is I'm mostly using this just to keep stacking resistance and resolution. But it also actually has a boon strip, too. And the thing is, I could also keep using that, too, because that also grants resistance. Doesn't grant as much, but I get resolution on dodge, so I don't actually have to focus too much on utilizing it with the skill. It's more damage too. Oh, the weakness is so cute, Balthazar. If only it affected me. Not maintaining enough resistance, though. I'm very quickly running out. This is where it ends, right? Yep. I didn't think it went down to 20%. You're not, I'll say this, you're not supposed to win this fight. But the fact of the matter is I don't think, I've never survived this long. I've only ever played on my Necro. I remember what I said about my Necro and the type of build I ran on him was that it was very heavily Shroud based.
I don't want to kill you.
He won't. Yeah. I didn't remember he said that. I just kind of figured that was the cliche response.
So sad for you to die so far from home. Ah, the Sire. Come here to defend our champion. And now, you die.
Where am I? Who am I? I need to be somewhere else.
My life is over. How does being you help me?
I can give you a new life. Endless. Full of... You there! Come here! Over here! We can help each other. What is your name?
I don't even know who I am. Or where I am. Or how I got here.
You died. It happens. Welcome to the domain of the lost. I am, of course, King Palawa Joko.
King Joko? I'm sorry. I don't know that name.
Liar! All who take breath know me. I am King Joko the Inevitable, the last primeval king. Joko the Undying, the scourge of Vabi. Joko the feared, Joko the beloved, Joko the eternal monarch of all. How dare you claim to not know who I am?
But you're not a spirit. What are you doing here?
I was deceived by the fallen god Balthazar. I led him here to claim spirits for his army. In exchange, I was promised a share of his new recruits, but he betrayed me and stranded me here instead. Perfidy. From now on, the only god I trust is me.
You are no god. You are an abomination inflicted on the crystal desert like a wound, like a plague.
I am a god. God King of Eluna, the Crystal Desert and all their environs. Genuflect, peasant.
You have no authority here. Only the judge does. He was appointed by Gren, a true god.
Gods, dragons, nations. Soon all will grovel at the feet of Palawa Joko.
Come, gentle spirit. You must take the next steps, and I've heard enough of Joko's blasphemies.
Who is the judge?
He is a loyal servant of Gren, charged with sending all the spirits who come through here to their appointed place.
But I don't know who I am.
The domain of the lost is
I don't know where I should be.
Come, spirit. Do not be afraid.
I'm not sure why I'm here, or even who I am.
That's because most spirits find their own way to their fate when they die. But those whose deaths are too traumatic often forget who they were, or how they perished.
These spirits, like you and me, end up here, in the domain of the lost.
But I can't be here.
You will reach your rightful place in time. First, you must recover your name, to know who you were and how you lived. Then, you must learn your purpose, to understand the choices you made, and why you lived as you did. Once you know your name and purpose, only then can I determine your final destination.
But how do I do that?
Nena has traveled the path you now face. She can assist you. For though they may have belonged to you in life, once your name and purpose enter this domain, they are yours no longer. And you will have to fight to reclaim your name. Now, arm yourself.
Nina. So you discovered your name. How do I reclaim mine?
I learned my name from the spirit of my old mentor, but only after besting him in a challenge of riddles. I discovered my purpose hidden in an old diary I had written as a child. I was a teacher.
Is it that simple?
It's different for everyone. The judge said you must fight to recover your name. So look around the area, and perhaps you will find something useful.
There's nothing usable here. There's nothing
looks
usable
promising.
here.
Drat, not malleable enough.
Nothing here. I'll have to keep searching.
Yeah, this part is always like, it's so depressing. Oh, you know, you just died.
I should be able to fight with this. That spirit looks just like me.
I'll never find
We should
myself
follow
in this trash heap.
Wait, why is it set as my Revenant, my Condi build? Did it pick one of my templates at random to impersonate?
I still don't remember.
Then more than one must have claimed your name, which means it must be a prestigious one. Quick, find another shadow.
Now it's a Mesmer? What?
No. Still nothing.
Keep looking. If you don't reclaim your name quickly, you could lose it.
No, last one I think was a thief. I'm just curious as to why it's taking the... Oh, this is Revenant. But why it's taking the image of my Condi Rev? I would expect it to at least take the default one.
My life was filled with conflict, victory, and loss. I was a leader, a commander.
I could tell. You wielded that weapon like a true fighter.
But I don't know why I fought. What I strove for.
I'd start with the bird.
We will defend the dream. Begone,
This is gonna be whatever your intro cutscene was.
Valiant, the pale tree summons you.
When Zaitan rose from slumber, the dragon found a long-dead nation and claimed it.
Mr. Hearn.
The soul of Tyria mourned as her children were cut down by the beast. The land and the world.
No, that's shame.
Borgol!
Thank you for being my legacy. Tell my tale of the hard fires, where the skulls sing of heroes.
Our victory at Fort Trinity will show the world that we can strike against the dragons.
Intruders, you trespass on the dragon's land, and you will serve Zaitan.
We can assault Arar. We can destroy Zaitan before the dragons.
Driven him out of the sky!
We have succeeded, but only by coming together to fight a greater foe. You've shown the way.
What a way to recap the events of the story.
Tonight, I saw it. I stared into the abyss, and it stared back at me. So much power. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore.
I like how they named her Sierra too and not Scarlet Briar.
It's gone. All gone.
There she's Scarlet now.
And here, at the center, little old me. Aren't you even curious about why I did it? All this chaos and destruction?
Listen! Her shield drops when she attacks. Make it count. End this. Now!
You fools! You think my death saves you? Too late.
This world is mine. I have something I can no longer protect. You must understand its importance to Tyria's future.
You're not leaving until you tell me the truth. We come from the jungle, dragon. We belong to it. We are meant to serve it.
With everything we had to deal with here, the Pact fleet may have already launched.
For a welcome sight, Commander.
Yo, Lanthier! Or Larenthier. I'm always saying his name wrong, but he's still like up there in terms of characters. One of my favorites.
The enemy, more Jamoth. You hear its voice too, but you resist. So does Kanak.
We never saw this.
So do I. Thank you, Commander.
So if you remember, we were given the option to rescue scouts or fortify the base. We picked to rescue scouts. But if you fortified the base, you would have left to go get scrap. And upon your way, you would have run into a Sylvari member of the Pact. If you are any other race but Sylvari, you have to fight and kill him. But if you are a Sylvari, you have the option to save him. It's actually an achievement. You have an option to save him. And he says that exact line, where that you and Connacht resist, so he will too. So I imagine that that dialogue there is actually different if you're not Sylvari.
Mother, look out! No!
This offspring has chosen you. Channel this gift to get the egg to safety. Go. Confront Mordroth. No matter how that mission ends. You must kill me, Commander. Before that seed grows. Before Mordromoth reclaims what it has lost.
What have you done?
Our creator now lies vanquished. Where does that leave the Sylvari? What is our place in this new world we've created?
Dragon's Watch. I like that. And so only you get to decide when we take down a dragon? Only you are allowed to kill them? Of a new guild. You know what, Commander? I'm glad you didn't join Destiny's Edge. My mother wouldn't want you in there.
I lay down my life for... what should we call it?
Her name is Ori.
I am the last Mersat. Many years ago, you knew me as Lazarus the Dire. I have returned from the brink of existence.
But who would pose as Lazarus?
No, it can't be.
The dragons will die, and fire will unchain all.
I remember. Balthazar. He wants revenge on the other gods. And he's going to use our ring to get it. I have to convince the judge to send me back.
Oh, thank God, I can't physically die here. Let's take the slow stroll back.
Welcomes all, noble spirit. Step forward, and I will send you to your appointed place.
You must let me go back.
I see you clearly now, Commander. Balthazar killed you, but you would face him again? Balthazar has done great harm here. The magic he uses to hijack spirits shakes the foundations of the domain of the lost. But I cannot help you.
If I could only get back. If I could defeat him, it might undo the damage he's done in both our worlds.
It is too late. No life remains in your body. Unless, when Balthazar left, a fearsome beast, the Eater of Souls, rose to prey on the waning life energy of the spirits here.
That's got to be the screams I've heard in the distance.
If you were to defeat the beast and claim its power, that life energy might be strong enough to reanimate your body, allowing you to go back. But if you were to fail, the beast would consume your entirety. I could grant you no final reward or punishment. Your spirit would simply cease to be.
I'll take that risk. Now that I've rediscovered my purpose, I have to go back to finish what I started.
Then in Grenth's name, conquer the Eater of Souls and live again. Remind Balthazar that none escape judgment.
Pretty sure this thing, yeah, it looks like a mouth of Zaitan. Oh, he consumes boons. Fuck off. Well, already lost on this one. Well, this is not the build I'm using. I can't use anything that uses boons. Or at least uses defensive boons.
It's my turn.
Yep, that one. That was literally the worst character I could have used.
Did it? All these spirits have been revived. This certainly is unusual, Commander. But since Joko's arrival, nothing here has been the same.
It's clear he doesn't belong here. He's not a spirit, but he's not strictly alive either.
That's the problem. Joko can't be judged here, because he's not truly dead. What's worse, the magics Balthazar used to contain him are beyond the judge's power to break. They exist at Balthazar's will. This is as far as I go. I must face judgment and receive my final reward. Good luck, Commander.
I knew you'd be back, but I bear no grudges, harbor no ill will. Release me now, and I will still honor the deal you foolishly rejected.
Your help is worthless. I found my own way back, and I'm off to succeed where you failed. By defeating Balthazar.
Good for you. Such pluck and self-delusion. Off you go, then. Of course, you are forgetting one crucial detail. Balthazar has an army. Do you have an army, little one? Well, I do. An army to rival that of the disgraced god. We both know you don't stand a chance without my awakened soldiers.
You may be right about that. I do need your army, but I don't need you.
What? No. My awakened are loyal to me. They'll never obey anyone but their beloved God King.
Really? Because in your absence, your army obeys the Mordant Crescent. I've seen it, and I can use it.
I warn you, do not leave me here. By royal decree, I forbid it.
Sorry, your majesty, but from what I've seen, your kingdom is better off without you.
Can't believe it won't let me mount here. Are you telling me he didn't kill my raptor too?
Come back here, pathetic mortal. This is your last chance. I will return to reclaim my throne. And I will have my revenge on those who put me here, who left me here, and who dare take advantage of my absence. The torture. Oh, yes. I plotted it out. I will just laugh as their wretched pleas for a longer life turn to desperate cries for a faster death.
Goodbye, Joko.
Get back.
What's going on there?
Sorry.
You all, Commander was dead.
I was dead, Taimi. But now I'm back.
Yeah, but that's not how dead works.
She makes a good point. We all checked, Commander, and you were very much no longer with us.
And he's still not. This is a trick.
Kaz, is this one of yours?
It's not an illusion.
Not me. I'm alive. I'm still the commander.
Poke him. If he's squishy, he's a mummy. If he's leathery, he's awakened. And if he's nothing, he's a ghost.
We're not going to poke the commander, Taimi.
Listen. Balthazar has Aurene.
We know. He was taking her south toward Kralkatork when we arrived. We tried to stop him, but there were too many forged.
And I hate being the bearer of bad news, but it appears that Balthazar has managed to build up quite a formidable army of forged.
He does seem to make them faster than we can break them.
That's why we need an army of our own. And I met someone in the domain of the lost who told me where I can borrow one.
Borrow an army.
Domain of the lost?
Yay, we have a plan!
Kaz, have you got anything that can change our appearances?
Yes, but nothing that can make the four of us look like an army.
It doesn't have to. It just needs to disguise us as someone else. After I secure our cover story.
Okay. I'll be standing by.
And I'll be at the casino in Amnoon. If you can come back from the dead, I want to double my wager on you.
Fine. I'll get word to you all when the time is right.
Oh, hey, Commander. Good to have you back.
I hear adventure calling me.
And we're alive.
We have rare loot.
Into the next map.
Commander, how are you alive? Balthazar killed you. I watched from the shadows as you fell. We knew Balthazar was having you watched, but he struck before we could send a warning. What happened after you died?
In time, I'll tell you. Where I came to be, what I saw, how I escaped. Everything that happened since my death. But first, you must help me.
In exchange for that knowledge, absolutely. Anything the Order can do, name it.
I want to use Joko's army to stop Balthazar.
Commander, the Order of Shadows is powerful, accomplished, capable of near miracles. But we can't deliver an army of Awakened to you. No one, save Joko himself, can do that.
Arcani Beru could.
The Archon? I suppose Joko's marshals might follow the orders of the Archon, if those orders came from the king himself.
I have it on the best authority that they would.
But the Order has no sway with Arcani Beru. The last time we caught Joko's attention, he killed 30 of our agents.
I'll take care of you, Beru. I just need to know where to find him. And Joko's marshals.
I suppose Grand Vizier Uramishi in the Bone Palace to the south would know where the marshals are. As for the Archon, the fastest and safest way to engage him would be to lure him here. But he usually considers the area south of the wall unworthy of his attention.
If he thought the Sun Spears were rebelling down here, he'd have to come running to end the threat, right?
There aren't enough Sun Spears left to stage an uprising.
Only takes one, and they don't have to be a Sun Spear. A few attacks on Awakened camps, some conspicuously placed Sun Spear banners. That would look like a Sun Spear declaration of war, no matter who was responsible.
It's risky. Very risky. Be careful, Commander. Your next death could be your last.
Of course. Alright, back to completion again.
Strength returning. Strength returning.
Like, I'll admit, I was going to try and boon strip the guy, but he downed me too fast. The, lost, Eater of Souls. I don't know why that guy just stopped moving. He wasn't really delivering reports then, was he?
Here's a perfect spot to start a fake revolution.
We're awakened. Time's on our side. The scent will track it down eventually.
And then posting, I guess, where the pack merchants are today.
Perfect. I may not survive.
You are dead.
We must rise and return to the fight.
Long live the Sun Spears.
Dead.
Looks like a rebellion's brewing.
Alright. I am going to go to the left side here. I'm actually kind of surprised I managed to get all the, Normally, well, I guess I did it a bit differently. This is one of the few maps where I can kind of enter from either or direction. Go to hell. I can either, depends on what, but I can either enter in from the back through Vabi, and then skirt my way. I come up to the waypoint here, get hero point, warp up, get that hero point, and then I leave in through here to get the hero point here, and then try and skirt over here, warp back, and then head north. But I probably then warped over here to come over here for that hero point, so. This is actually absolutely a jackal area. As good as the Raptor is, I still find that some of these maps have a bit of a jackal niche, if you will. Basically, anything uphill or in a cave, you don't want to use a Raptor on. There's a vista here. That's what I thought. There's something here, I remembered. And at the end, there's a sand portal that will get me that POI. That's what helps do that. Jackal is the Jackal's one of the very few mounts that can... Well, I wouldn't say very... I guess more than half of them can use their ability from the sky, but... Jackal can cancel fall damage if he does it. There's another POI. Where am I going now? So I'll head this way, get the POI, Vista, POI, as well as do the story stuff there. Do the story stuff here too. And then POI. The way waypoints are on some of these maps, you have to be a lot more like, not to say it's like I always tried to waypoint as little as I possibly could when map completing, but sometimes the routes aren't always as evidently clear. So you want to keep in mind where your waypoints are, because if you're already halfway to a POI that has no waypoint near it, then it's probably more practical to just go for the POI than have to waypoint and go so much more out of your way. Yo, is this an awakened camp? I don't like the awakened, so yeah, I'm gonna use this build. I am immune to everything you do, except for damaging stuff, but it's, like, basically, I'm mostly doing this because I don't want to be bothered by their slow. Slow, like, look at that. Look at how many statuses I have. Oh, he boon stripped me. I forgot that can boon strip. Can you stop boon stripping me, please? Get rid of your mic.
My leg.
Stop it with the bone strip!
I feel furious. My pain is easy. Wilting, need more endurance.
I scoped out the area quickly first just to make sure that I wasn't going to be dealing with Alright, so I got that. Something's trying to attack me, but I don't know what. Because that area, this area that's undiscovered is very close to this. This area, however, is not that close to anything. Is the nearest... Oh. Yeah, let's do it. Like, this area is Jackal Heaven. Jackal and Springer, or not Springer, Skimmer. Because you need Skimmer to traverse the area here. And Jackal, there's a lot of sand portals up, but...
Commander calling Timey. Come in, Timey.
Dragon Lab here. You've got questions? Timey's got answers. Again, sorry about Aurene surprising you like that. Cape and the Exalted did their best, but Aurene's a dragon. Their best just wasn't good enough against nigh unstoppable.
I understand. And I can't really scold anyone for being overwhelmed. There's been a lot of that going around lately. But it was literally the worst case scenario. Now Balthazar has Aurene. As far as we know, she's still alive. For now. And whatever plan he has to use her against Kralkatorrik is officially underway.
Leave it to the God of War to be all focused and military. Can you stop him? Can I help?
We're going to try, but the clock's ticking. Unless you can get here as
you
fast as
need
Aurene
to stop.
you'll have to leave it to us.
Rich! Okay, listen. I'll be standing by and offering moral, well, intellectual support as needed. Hang in there. If anyone can turn this around without my direct participation, it's the rest of Dragon's Watch.
The banners are up, the camps are down. That should get Iberu's attention. Now to the Bone Palace. To wait.
Okay, we'll head south here. I'm not upset by that.
Ready to fight!
We'll head this way. Because I see two POIs. I know one I can't directly get to the location of. Because it's an event location. I think it's here. Yeah, Forbidden Vault. Inside that is Joko's harem. I'm not even kidding. It is legitimately Joko's harem. Just like basically just a bunch of people in there. In a very like brothel style environment. A heart over here, so, and a POI. So we'll pause and do this POI and this heart. There's also a heart by this waypoint over there that we'll get to. I'll get the POI first. Vista. Head north too. I want to figure out this undiscovered area here. Yep, POI. Got it.
Myself, but I am now. Oh, thank you. I get so away from me sometimes.
You will all die.
I don't get running. Just let me be.
Man, this DPS Herald build is so easy. You just zip around shredding through things. It's actually kind of crazy. And the reason why I'm focusing more on sword is because offhand sword can grant fury, which once I have fury, I have guaranteed. It's guaranteed, crit, because I'm running berserkers, so.
What came over me? I wasn't myself. You did this to me! Where are my children? Please, guide me to where I once rested. I know this place. It's not too far now. Together again.
I feel furious.
What came over me? I wasn't myself, but I am now. Leave me alone. Oh, thank you. It's so
Oh, they all die so fast. Kind of why I switched to this build. Like, as creative as some of my builds work, they're not. A few of them are more niche than others, and while they can be useful, they're not as effective in most cases. Like, for example, the Marshall's build, that Vindicator healer. Yeah, it does Condi, yeah, it heals, but it's not the most, like, the greatest build.
Where are my friends? Please, take me there. I don't think it's near here.
Oh.
I must have lost myself for a minute there. My apologies.
I don't think it's gonna be this one. No, we're gonna have to go south.
I know this place. It's not too far now.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I get so confused sometimes.
There we go. Art done. Pretty much this side of the map is pretty well done and covered. So I'm going to go back up to here. I'll get that vista. Try and get the top of the map covered a bit. There's a reason why I wanted to do story rather than just map complete and then story. Because I'll like... So I'll just explain it. A bit minor pre-spoiler, but we're just about to get there. The plan is that we're gonna kill Archon Iberu, and then Casimir's gonna use mesmer magic to pretend to be him, so we can. But when you go into Vabi, all the Awakened are your allies. All of them. And that is why, because even though it doesn't show it outside of story instances, they see you as Archon Iberu. I slipped up. Doesn't seem too bad because you literally don't have to fight. There's another mine. Got it. Oh, they're going to fight the legendary? Let's go! I need that POI anyways, so this works out well. Alright, so what is it? Bounties. We got Sniper, Powerful Shot, Healing Tendrils, and Time Jumps to avoid the Chilling Pulse, or Time Jumps to avoid the Chilling Pulses. If you see that red clock, though, it means that he was recently broken. And that means that you will be, or that all of his effects, his bounty effects, are not in current effect. Fuck off.
Our moment has finally come.
That worked out well. Like I said, I needed that POI anyway, so... Almost all legendaries spawn on a POI, so... It's pretty efficient. You might be going for the other one, too. There's 3 bounty boards, but I don't remember where the 3rd legendary is. I know that another one is down here. And I have that waypoint, the nearest waypoint, so I can get it with ease if he's heading there. Let me get that page. Skyscale? I saw someone talking about this in Dry Top with the lost coins and stuff. But Skyscale makes it so easy. That guy's a risk taker for sure. Yeah, you're down. I cannot help you. You are a dead man. You needed to be on your skimmer, my dude. Even I'm fucked now. Because that was me using my in combat thing. I underestimated the power of the sulfur. Oh, come on.
Entering combat.
Much safer way of doing it without having to deal with the fucking forged. I used to fear getting this hero point because he used to die every single time. And depending on your build, you can still not have much luck with it. So I missed out on that legendary. That is fine. Yeah, so the guy is probably over here now. Oh no, where'd he go? Did he disappear? No, yeah. Wait, you can spawn the merchants up there? Really? I didn't realize you could spawn them in the air. What's this one? Polluter, expanding poison fields, locks eyes, turns foes to stone, and blinds players who ignore stop or go signals. Alright, I want to get out of here, because I actually want to change stances here. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck off with the mobilize! Probably not even worth doing, but... And I got another grieving tablet. Alright, let's head north. Are these account bound? No, they're not. How much do they cost? Oh, those are dirt cheap. I'm probably thinking back, they used to be like 2 gold each. But that's back when they were new and grieving was like the new Condi gear. So basically, grieving and vipers are used interchangeably under circumstance. Vipers is the more general Condi gear, as it's used for basically builds that utilize a larger range of conditions. So, you know, for example, this guy, for example, right, uses torment, burn, little bleed, so on and so forth. But if you wanted to solo focus a condition, grieving's your stat, because then you can have your runes and sigils dedicated towards that one condition. Such as Guardian, for example. Guardian is so heavy in the burn that you can literally just focus burn and you don't have an issue. If you wanted to go mono elemental, that's the same. Mono elementalist has the ability to run. Okay, so I got everything there. All right, let's head to Order Shadows. Yeah, mono elemental. So like basically, if you wanted to run mono earth or mono fire, though I would recommend mono fire. Mono earth would probably benefit from having a bit of toughness. I'll grab this POI, and then I'm going to grab the POI here, too, because I must have missed that on my way. I wanted to get as high up. Harpies can shoot you down. As high up as I could before I teleported.
It's getting worse. We need more help. There's no one else.
I ran into a fireball-spitting harpy with a magical energy.
Trust them. All we know about dragon hunting is what caused this. So maybe they're not the most trustworthy. What else can we do? What we always do.
Revenge time, motherfucker. Last night when I was trying the whole elementalist thing, this is where I was. And I just kept getting... like, these vanguards are my literal hell. I'm changing builds once I get this guy dead so I can get to something that's way more competent at fighting him. Why?
It's my turn. You can't stop us all. Right on target.
Alright, this is how you want to play? Alright. This is the painful heart, I just want to point out, like... Get rid of that. Let's slow you down too. Let's CC you. Let's slow you.
turn.
Stop!
I'll cut you to pieces. Charge through.
Death stalks us.
My pain is easy. Safe from harm.
Oh, it reflects. Well, that's how I died. I put 7 stacks of torment on myself.
Death stalks me.
Fuck you. Like, I hate this heart because it just takes so fucking long.
So long. I thought I'd be
Like, I don't understand why, like, almost nothing gives you good credit in this.
You're certainly living in interesting times.
Die.
Glory.
Thank you. I'm feeling much better.
It's my turn.
Dead. There we go. Finally done with this fucking heart. I don't remember where the last heart is. Oh, it's the jackal one. That's right. So we got a POI down here. I need to run to a bunch of stuff here. Let's do the top first, so then we can just get the top over and done with. We also have the Deadeye over here too. I didn't mention the Renegade, I believe, is within the near the city here. There's a Char. The Deadeye is over here. Oh, right here. She partakes in this event. So this is her event. Like, she knows a lot of history about the Deadeyes. The only one that gets me is the Revenant. Like, it's weird that they're just random NPCs that are also Revenants. Like, being a Revenant's not supposed to be common. Like, story-wise, not including the possibility of the player character, I believe there's only 2 or 3 Revenants. Ritlock being one of them. Two POIs and a Vista. That's everything there. We'll head to Shadows and head south. Okay, there's no real, like I said, there's no real one route here. I'm gonna keep going south because I'm pretty sure there's another tower down here and I don't want to have to come back for it. I think it's like right here. Okay, I was wrong, but there is a POI by that master point. POI and a Vista over here. I've already gotten the Bone Palace ones because oh no, there's 2 POIs in the Bone Palace. I'm actually missing a lot of POIs evidently. Even after getting this one, I'm still missing 9 of them. 2 are in the Bone Palace, which I can't even get until the event finishes there. Oh, there's one there, one at Jackal, a Vista over at Jackal 2. One in the, oh, there's 2 over here. Yeah, to get to Jackal, you either need to have Springer or Raptor. And you have to have tier 3 of one of them. Raptor, there's a gap. I think it's this one here. Raptor. Or no, I think it's tier 3 Skimmer or tier 3 Springer. Okay, the Vista is above me. Never mind. So this is the only mount that's not mandatory, and as such, it's a bit more on the pricey side. This mount is 40 gold off the bat. But if you complete the heart, it gets cut to 20. All the other mounts also have discounts too. So Raptor's free. Skimmer and Springer do cost money, but Skimmer's like, I think Skimmer's like, I think it's 15 gold without the heart, 10 gold with. It's not that expensive.
In the eyes of the Jackal, you see all that remains of their Marionite forebears. The rest comes from the workings of our magic, both form and function. As they are composed of the sand, we give the machine indigenous to the concept.
They would strip the flesh from your bones if given the chance. But once bound, the Jackal can be broken and its essence saved.
That's the interesting thing, is like they talk about that. It's like there are no wild or rabid versions of these mounts, of any of them, right? And he just says that, you know, the one they would unbound the Jackals are vicious forces of nature. I wouldn't mind seeing like what these creatures, like all the mounts, the different mounts, like what they would be like in a wild environment. Like where you actually have to fight them and stuff. Oh god. Oh my god, I almost fell. Because you can pounce to get pounce skill on the tormented dust clouds. It's not working. All hearts done. Let's head into the Bone Palace. Yeah, prior to getting Sky Scale, the best way to travel was to use Spring... we'll use Griffin, but... You could use Springer to get Griffin to a higher position and then fly from there. Fuck off. Get rid of that fucking protection.
Might, glory.
Yeah, this is the only POI, same with that hero point, that are really blocked by an event. So the tar pit behind here. You just leave me alone! I just want to get the fuck out! I have 5 left. There's 3 over here. Where are the last 2? Oh, there's one on the road there. Oh, the one over there. Okay. The spiderweb can demount you. It's actually nice to be able to do that. Yeah, as long as Skyscale can find us like a soft spot to land, you pretty much can climb as high as you want. Starburst break. Yeah, map completion gets a bit daunting, especially in these newer maps where things are a lot more spread out. Should have looked harder, because that jungle area is the hardest to get to. Perfect. Ooh, another level 80. Man, I can't believe I'm actually getting level 80 gear now. Can you believe it? Alright, back to story. Believe it or not, there's actually not a lot of Riverlands story. Riverlands story is pretty much mostly just exploration.
Your sun spear ruse seems to have succeeded. The Awakened are on high alert, and earlier the Order spotted Iberu en route here to the palace.
So, we find the Archon, take him out, then use Kaz's imposter trick to take his place, right?
It's not a trick. Mesmers don't do tricks. We utilize illusion.
Yeah. You guys are worse than elementalists.
You're the outlander from the casino. You're lucky I don't have time to deal with you right now.
Take the Archon out! Quickly!
Take heart, Awakened! Your death prolongs my life!
To my side!
Oh, he can do fucking that.
So you squander your life force! Surrender it to me! That is the spot!
Oh god.
I don't have enough energy.
Awaken! To my side!
Ah, fucking Christ.
Awaken to my side.
This might not have been the build I should have used. Oh my god.
I'm bleeding. Awaken to me.
Oh my god, stop boon stripping me! Hard enough as it is dealing with all your shit.
Your death prolongs my life. Good as new.
Can I like retreat here? Like small tactical retreat here so I can, you know, maybe change my stance? Because I'm like getting nowhere with this.
Awaken to me. Awaken to me. These soldiers are useless. I'll just take you out myself.
Now that the really Beru's out of the picture, it's time to bring in the imposter. Kaz?
I'm not looking forward to looking like an awakened, but go on. Mesmerize me.
Okay, one Archon and his entourage coming up. There.
So, how do I look?
Like something that's been dead and buried for a year, then dug up and dragged back to life. How about me? Same.
Let's just hope this fools the Vizier. Well, I can see why they call this the Bone Palace.
Are those centaur bones?
I guess Joko hates to see any dead body go to waste.
Archon! Oh no, I attacked Archon Iberu. It was an accident. Please forgive me, Archon.
So does your arrival mean the Sunspear uprising has been crushed?
Like it never existed. I'm here to deliver plans for King Joko's next great victory to Grand Vizier Utamishi.
Of course, Archon. The Grand Vizier is inside, conferring with War Marshal Ikolo.
Please don't tell Utamishi I attacked an Archon. Please. I deserve that.
Can I punch any of them? Or just the guy that hit me?
Nothing to kill here.
Of course, King Joko values the country.
Grand Vizier Utamishi.
Archon Iberu, welcome. I trust you've come to quell this unrelenting Sunspear insurgency.
I bring orders from King Joko, who commands that we turn our might against a true threat, the fallen god Balthazar. He has tasked me with leading his army against the disgraced deity. I trust that you will make the necessary arrangements.
I'm honored, Archon, but also confused. I didn't realize Joko had returned. And you know that in his wisdom, Joko has only given me authority over civil matters, not military.
Perhaps I misspoke.
That's quite unlike you, Archon. You're usually so precise.
Or perhaps you misheard me.
You must forgive Utamishi, Archon. He can't possibly understand how little attention heroes of battle, such as you and I, pay to the job descriptions of civil servants.
I should hope the Vizier was not questioning the direct orders of his all-seeing king.
Oh, no. I would never question the will of the most munificent Joko.
Unlike my dear acquaintance, I pledge to you the unquestioned fealty of myself and my Worm Corps. I trust Marshals Ogun and Aranko will do the same.
And how might I contact the other marshals?
You'll find Troop Marshal Ogun at his camp southeast of Beijing. He's currently training new recruits there.
And Beast Marshal Aranko is drilling the kingdom's cavalry from atop a plateau near the necropolis.
King Joko will be told of your assistance, Worm Marshal. And Vizier, I promise your name will come up as well.
Thank you for not mentioning my earlier assault to the Grand Vizier. Please don't tell Joko.
Well played, Commander. You have a real talent for navigating the world of bureaucratic kiss-assery.
Now all we have to do is dupe the other two marshals into joining the cause.
I nearly slipped up with the Vizier. We should split up. See what we can learn about the other two beforehand to avoid mistakes.
Can we at least lose these disguises for now? The buzzard stares are making me nervous.
There. Better.
Much. But I think the stench is still clinging to my fur.
I believe that was there before.
We'll meet up near Beijing and compare notes on the troop marshal. Good luck.
I killed the legendary again. And we are now officially onto the last map. Into Vabi.
Before you head into Vabi, I have information you're going to want to hear.
We had to get the waypoint. The hearts here are a lot more annoying.
If you could assist us, we'd appreciate it.
So, to explain why I did story first, is because all the, you know, more in-depth explanation, but all the, Awakened here are your allies. And it is because they see you as Archon Iberu. How many hearts are on this map? 8.
Might and glory! No, his statue is ruined. His lordship will be upset we allowed this to happen.
Red! Red! Oh yeah, gee, I almost died there. Will say this event is really helping me out. I'm going down though, but I'll be up in a second. Come on, Griffin. And this is why I wanted... Oh, I completely forgot there was something down here.
Might and glory!
Dead. Okay, so what am I doing with this piece of wood? Apparently I'm using it on the Awakened.
Joko bless.
Oh, fuck off. You can't use that skill in combat. Well, sucks for you, because guess what? I'm in combat and you won't let me use anything else. Fucking make up your mind game.
Tried. Failed.
I already complete the heart. Are you serious? No, that was just the other heart.
Hard lives. Heading for palace.
Gave you lot a second chance. We'll give you a third.
Where do I take the ore? Like, I'm really not a fan of this heart because almost nothing is self-explanatory.
I feel furious.
Like, I mine the ore down there, but there's no deposits down there, like, for me to stash it?
Remember.
Even this event doesn't get me much.
Not done.
I feel like I got more credit within the time it took to do that.
Don't sleep from the awakened.
Had enough?
That's valuable.
I am getting lag. I'm checking my ping. Well, there was the delay on the guys grouping, and then I was pressing escape multiple times to check my ping before it finally popped up. Almost done. Just like a few more awakened to kill, or forged to kill. Just sitting here dying, and it's like, hey, do you have anything to offer?
I'll see you around.
Oh, it's a rift. Well, the tier 2. The dailies tier 3s, or the weekly, I mean. What is this one? This gluttony. Regret. Nah, I can handle that. See that number grow. I want to see that number grow. It's still growing. Fuck you. Well, thanks for ignoring me. Just so you know, if you don't res me, I'm not coming back. So you can continue to fight this thing on your own. Thank you for the help. Enjoy fighting alone. I was only helping out of convenience of where I was. I do not need to come back there. I'm not saying they can't do it alone, but I'm saying, like, it would have been easier if I was there. Like, the rift is right there. I don't need to go there, though. There's a POI over here. Oh, still fighting. If it was a tier 3, I'd probably come back since I need that for the weekly, but... Ah! Fuck all of you! Oh my god. Come on! Why do vanguards fucking suck so bad?
I'm fading fast.
Like, fuck off! That thing killed me twice! And I specifically changed so that I would have no projectiles as a problem. Yeah, gee, we probably would have had that thing, if not dead, down to probably here if she rezzed me. And instead, my karma is that I'm getting just obliterated by enemies I shouldn't be getting killed by.
We must renew ourselves.
Final.
Renew ourselves.
Yeah, you can die, Forerunner. Your turn. You almost jumped off the cliff, you idiot sharpshooter. Oh, so close. Map complete. Story, and then we are done Path of Fire in 2 days, which it sounds about right when you consider like non-stop, right? Especially since I did everything in the DLC in 3 days when it first came out. We'll get that POI in the back. All right. Head over here to get the POIs and Vista and Heart. Just thinking this is the one that has the POI that I hate. You have to go into like this catacomb. All right.
Let's see what we have here.
Wicked ley-enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you going to do about
I can't believe that heart even pumped. Oh, wait.
Mick. Lungs.
I can't believe that heart even pumped.
Attention, Barbian.
Oh, wait.
We shall now
Stomach.
proceed in the name of Palawa Joko, father of the United Kingdom of Elona. The infallible Judge Marquis has the floor.
Liver.
Let's see what we have here.
Silence! Court is now in session. Now,
Lungs.
friends and foes of the deceased, prepare your arguments. Do the following deceased merit awakening to join King Joko's glorious ranks? I will consider your words carefully.
Where'd she go?
Well, I don't know what to do now. Joko be with you. I never knew it would hurt this.
Bless you.
Those of you arriving with pre-inspected dead, proceed left up the stairs for expedited processing. All others...
This is another boring one.
This matter is not to be taken lightly. I don't feel there is enough evidence to make a decision. The determination of the deceased's fate is to be postponed.
That's the heart. Not sure if that's going to be a
You will come to order immediately.
impressive. They're flawless. Hardly looks dead. Can you hear me in there?
Wicked ley-enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you
I don't think I've picked up a single intestine yet.
Where's the sternum saw? That leg is going to have to go. Won't he be surprised when he's awakened?
If you cannot maintain order, we will not proceed.
I'm pretty sure this is easier to get to from the... Alright, let's go get the other heart. This heart's actually pretty fun, not gonna lie. You have to talk to the heart vendor first, though.
This way. Follow me.
It's so inspiring to watch the awakening get stronger.
Get him! Attack! Get him! Change formation.
No way we're letting the forged outwork us. Give it 110%.
Change formation. Attack. Attack.
Those who excel will be rewarded. The rest will go to the boneyard.
Attack.
Come back stronger, or don't come back at all.
Change formation. Get him.
Considering I had it right and it changed at the last possible minute, that's a little unfair.
Come with me. Change formation.
No rest for the awakened. Keep at it. Focus on the fundamentals out there. And don't
Attack.
start unless you can finish.
Attack. Get him.
I don't understand what's going on with the internet today.
into the fray. Might and glory!
Come with me. Follow me. Attack! Get him! Attack!
There we go.
Dismissed.
All right. So you're done on the left side of the map now. We will skirt along the bottom until we get to the academy. I believe there is a POI underneath. This is where the Weaver is, by the way. Kind of an interesting concept on the lore there.
If you could assist us, we'd appreciate it.
Sure you would. Doesn't mean I'm helping, though.
Today's discussion topic is our mighty Father King's categorical victory over the feeble-minded Elder Dragon Mortarlong.
You're coming from home.
Come back for the heart in a second. And figure out this POI again. here we go. I think. Pretty sure there is an access point to here from... So the Fury of the Brand, we've not talked about this. So this is currently only on Vavi, but it does appear in a few other LS4 maps. The Brand's resonance is so powerful that if you touch the ground while in the Brand, you will get electric shocked. So most notably, the best ways to deal with this are A, to seek cover. If there's something between you and the lightning, it cannot shock you. Yeah, I knew there was a path here.
I'm much too busy to teach myself. There are meetings to attend to, activities to organize. The list goes on. Excuse me, this area is off limits.
The other is, like, use Griffin, whatever. The most common way before Sky Scale, anyways, was Skimmer. Because Skimmer doesn't make contact with the ground. So in a lot of cases, if you needed to travel far, you'd use Skimmer, even if it was slower.
Today's agenda, the rise and fall of the Elder Dragon Zaitan.
Reports of creatures driven insane by lay energy are coming from all over.
There was an event here I had to do for Sky Scale, I believe.
Today's discussion topic is our mighty Father King's categorical victory over the feeble-minded Elder Dragon Mordramoth. Today's agenda, the rise and fall of the Elder Dragon Zaitan.
Let me head out. I'll get that POI over there. I already wrapped up most of the hearts too. That's pretty good. There's no hearts in the brand. We'll warp to here, get the POI and Vista there, and then fly northeast to get the POI here. And then I think I'll fly over to here on this side. I'll stay to the left side of the brand for now. And I'll get the POI and Vista here and then head into town. Because I have an easier way of dealing with the brand. Yeah, that's tough waypoint. Oh my god, this Vista. You know how hard, like, even with the skimmer, this is really annoying to get. Or not skimmer, Springer. Oh yeah, because you're not just supposed to use the Springer, you have to use the Jackal. But like, see how that guy keeps fucking it up? This guy doesn't have the sky scale. Which makes it a joke. I think my favorite line, like, after replaying this whole DLC still is Canuck saying she's about to meet her maker. And let me tell you from personal experience, it's you won't forget it, or something like that.
Commander calling Daimien. Come in, Daimien.
Dragon Lab here. You've got questions? Daimen's got answers. So, first off, you're currently alive, right? I only ask because your vital status has been so fluid lately.
Still breathing. Though if you were here, you'd be asking about Ritlock and Canuck.
That's intriguing. And a little frightening. Care to elaborate?
We're impersonating Joko's soldiers. Kaz cast an illusion, so they look like the local undead.
They must hate that. They're also pretty. Except Canuck. How'd you manage to keep your warm-blooded good looks?
The officer I'm impersonating was alive and well. Until I killed him. Nobody knows he's gone yet. We're mustering Joko's army to fight Balthazar's. It's our best shot at getting Aurene back
Before Balthazar uses her against Kralkatorrik and ruins everything. Well, don't let me delay you. Go after her.
I know I said I was going to stay on this side of the brand, but I'm going to at least get the POI and the... At least wall clinging doesn't count towards, like, touching land. Yeah, I'm just gonna get the waypoint down here. Head north back into the city here. Oh, go to hell. Pretty sure the last two hearts are inside the city here somewhere. There is stuff north of the city too. Menagerie. Oh, look, a sloth. Not what I wanted to do. Alright, so let's get back to that hurt.
Hey, want to rehearse some lines with me? I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument.
I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument.
Ha! I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument.
I can see the appeal.
I bet she wins every argument. I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument. I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument. I can see the appeal.
Oh my
I
God.
bet she wins every argument.
He sounds terrible constantly anyways, so...
I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument. I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument.
Which one is it?
Ha! I can see the appeal. I bet she wins every argument.
That was laughter.
What can I do for you?
Hello. Always happy to meet a fan.
Hi. I could use some... How do you know you're in love with Lumo? What could the two of you possibly have to talk about?
Really? That sounded perfect.
How do you know you're in love with Lumo? What could the two of you possibly have to talk about?
It's probably with more curiosity.
That's it. Perfect.
Let's dance.
Might and glory. Gave it my all.
Greetings. Always happy to mingle with the little people.
Oh man, I really don't like this hurt.
Excuse me, could you help me rehearse?
Sure, why not?
I'm leaving him. I can't lead him on any longer. I love Lumo. I am leaving him. I can't lead him on any longer. I love Lumo. I'm leaving him. I can't lead him on any longer. I love Lumo. I am leaving him. I can't lead him on any longer. I love Lumo. I'm leaving him. I can't lead him on any longer. I love Lumo.
There's some of those lines they should never be reading. Fucking cowards. Like, they ask me to fight with them, and then they walk away.
Swift and steady.
All I did was knock them back out cold. I did nothing to help. Oh, an event's occurring here soon. Is this the Joko one?
Hi, friend. Did you need something?
Might and glory.
You'll never die.
Good to know that I got hit in just the right time frame that my 5 got put on cooldown, but without giving me fury. Thank you.
Another day dawns thanks to the generosity of your divine leader, Aloha Joko. You're welcome.
Yeah, all you have to do is find the sand portal, which, you know, is not hard to find, but you can also just slip through the little window holes.
Will anyone ever love me?
I'll never find a companion to share my life with.
Will love ever find me?
Truly, I'm touched.
Yeah, you didn't really plan that one through, did you? You just got fucking ganged.
Ooh, so threatening. You could cut the invisible.
I feel furious.
The mighty mind. Which of these master mimics possesses the finest face paint and even finer motor skills? Beating Shaolin is going to start. You have 3 moves. Go.
But I want to know you.
I'll die before I ever find true love.
Patulo, your move.
For me? How thoughtful.
Will love ever find me?
All right. Oh, went too far. So up the stairs, I guess. Yeah, the appeal only counts if you're,
For me?
if a player does it. NPCs don't count.
What will Shaolin perform next?
I'll die before I ever find true love.
For me? How thoughtful. I'll never find a companion to share my life with.
I never expected such a gift. Thank you.
Will anyone ever love me?
It's the last one, hopefully, and then all the hearts are done, and I don't have to do another heart until the next map.
Pity. I think they missed a spot when they last cleaned the floors.
Please tell me this is the last heart.
For me?
Thank God. Alright. So now I just got the brand, and then I got north of the city. Well, this will get me out to the east of the city. So this is the guild hall that was introduced in with Path of Fire. We were actually in there for some time. It's a lot more flat. And I think that's why they, Liana and them chose to move out of it, was there just wasn't a whole lot to gain from staying there. So this event actually unlocks this path, but I don't actually care. I'm just here for the POI. So this is Lair of Zeramus, or Zamorus, who is the genie that is actually behind the Mystic Forge. There's nothing back here, so that means we can... So this is what I was going to do. So I can pop open the bank. I grab this. Spear Marshal's Plea. You get this when you're working on the Griffin. One thing it does is this right here. Teleports you to the Sanctuary of the Griffins. This place is nowhere near as populated until you get Griffin. Like, this is because I have Griffin, obviously. But this area is protected from the branded, and it spawns you right here. And the cool thing about Path of Fire is that you always get the entrance POI to the map. This is just so you don't get trapped. There's a big problem with this with Crystal Desert. Because people were like TPing in, but it wasn't giving them a waypoint. So then when they died, they forgot to get a waypoint, and then, you know, we're kind of screwed. So if you spawn into Crystal Oasis, you should get the M Noon waypoint. Desert Highlands gives you Makali Outpost waypoint. Elon Riverlands is Augury Shadow. Desolation is Bone Strand waypoint. And Vabi is Cragged Vale waypoint. So by spawning here, you get Cragged Vale, which you can then walk back into here, which will give you Bone Strand, which you can walk back into here, which will give you Augury Shadow, walk into here, and you get Amnoon. Desert Highlands is the only one you have to physically walk into. And it's also rather crazy, too, when you consider, like, because for me, I got this. I have the invitation to the Lily of the Elod, which is a free transportation to Crystal Oasis. It teleports you right here. So we're gonna head over to this city over here, protected by genies. This was also an area I had to go to for Skyscale. Not this one, right? It's the white one. So it's either blue or orange. Is it blue? Yes. White, blue, red. This one, I don't think you can get in. I'm pretty sure it's sealed up tight. Oh, maybe. I can get out, but I don't know. But that was where the ledge was. I don't know if getting in would have been any easier. Alright, let's go get the Vista. It's over here. So these are just things the druids have set up. I didn't go over it, but the not the druids, the genies set up. They're basically protection from the brand. And you know that because there are some, I think that one over there maybe, where the genie comment on it. Because when the meta event starts, the meta is actually in this area down here. This is where the meta takes place, in this little square. All the nearby Jinn move their domes to support the players. Basically protect the area from the brand so the players can... Like this meta used to fail all the time. Like, no joke. Because it's a CC check. Basically, everyone had to switch to all the CC they owned to successfully be able to actually complete the meta. This was so much harder. This was so much harder. You pretty much had to go like this long way around. I believe this genie can explain things to you. We just have this one last spot to uncover here. And it looks like there's a POI on it. Yep, right at the top there. What are you doing? We swore to protect this land long ago, and we are still bound by that promise, so we do what we can to hold back the brand. There are others, but we are few and the brand is large. Look for our light as you venture deeper, and we'll offer you what short solace we can, till there's nothing left of us. If that's what it takes. The Jinn will not allow Vabi to fall to the dragon's corruption. The map completion. Let's give this guy a hand.
Impressive skill for a mortal.
Alright, so we are now map completed on Vabi.
Begin destruction protocol.
So that means we can now continue story. Hopefully, we will have story done by reset. So we got about an hour and 15 minutes. We will see. There's, I think, 2 instances of story before we charge Balthazar.
back into a mordant crescent, guys.
Hooray.
Was anyone able to learn anything useful about the troop marshal?
The Order of Shadows says the Forged have a history of attacking his training facility here.
So there's no love lost between Troop Marshal Ogun and the Forged.
If we sell this to Ogun as revenge against Balthazar, maybe he'll sign on.
If we can convince him that the Archon's the guy who will get it done.
Archon, sir. Welcome. You honor us with your presence.
I bring orders directly from the most tenacious King Palawa Joko for the troop marshal's ears only.
Yes, sir. Follow me. Archon, greetings. Wormmaster Ekolo told me you might come calling.
Then you know that King Joko has asked me to gather and lead his armies against Balthazar.
And I can think of no greater honor than to follow the storied Archon into battle. Unfortunately, the Forge have a huge foundry nearby, with a portal they use to refresh their ranks. If I were to leave now, there would be no one to monitor the troops and supplies that are coming in and out of the site.
Why haven't you just attacked the foundry and destroyed the portal?
Well, this is a training camp. I don't have the seasoned troops I'd need to attack a target that big.
If I did your job for you, and found and destroyed the portal, you'd have no excuse not to follow me into combat.
Archon, if you can do that with these recruits, I'd follow you into the underworld and back.
Maybe next time. For now, just watch how the Mordant Crescent gets it done. Then start packing your kit for Kodash.
I've only had time to teach these recruits basic combat commands. The Forged have kidnapped many of my recruits. If you see any inside, please get them out. I need all the bodies I can get.
I suggest you watch and learn from the safety of your camp. Maybe next time you won't be so cowed by a horde of empty armor.
You're coming with you.
No, I have to succeed where Ogun couldn't with these recruits.
Here's an achievement to do this without losing a single soldier.
The portal's got to be through that gate.
Do these guys regen health out of combat? We get to start all over again! Including watching the cutscene that I don't need to see again.
Commander, now that you're here, I can put us back into a mordant crescent, guys.
Hooray.
Was anyone able to learn anything useful about the troop marshal?
The Order of Shadows says
Fuck
the Forge
off.
have a history of attacking his training facility here.
So there's no love lost between Troop Marshal Ogun and the Forged.
If we sell this to Ogun as revenge against Balthazar, maybe he'll sign on.
If we can convince him that the Archon's the guy who will get it done.
Archon, sir, welcome. You honor us with your presence.
I bring orders directly from the most tenacious King Palawa Joko for the troop marshal's ears only.
Yes,
Might
sir.
and glory.
Follow me. Archon, greetings. Wormmaster Ekolo told me you might come calling.
Then you know that King...
If I were to leave now, there would be no one to monitor the troops and supplies that are coming in and out of the site.
Why haven't you just attacked the foundry and destroyed the portal?
This is a training camp. I don't have the seasoned troops I'd need to attack a target that big.
If I did your job for you and found and destroyed the portal, you'd have no excuse not to follow me into combat.
Archon, if you can do that with these recruits, I'd follow you into the underworld.
Am I just gonna keep losing connection?
Maybe next time. For now, just watch how the Morden Crescent...
I can't go a stream without this happening anymore.
Kit for Kodash.
And I don't know why. I don't know if it's my cable again or what, but...
The Forged have kidnapped many of my recruits. If you see any inside, please get them out. I need all the bodies I can get.
I suggest you watch and learn from... No, I have to succeed where Ogun couldn't with these recruits.
Might and glory.
No! You have no idea how frustrating this is getting. Especially when I'm trying to do story, so that if I lose connection again like I did last time, it boots me out of the instance, and it's back to the beginning.
The portal's got to be through that gate. This explains how Balthazar is able to maintain armor and troop levels this far south. There's the portal up on that walkway. Just got to find a way to reach it.
Oh, fuck you. At least their pathfinding isn't that bad. I don't think they intend for players to bypass that. We could basically just have a war of attrition now, so Herald's probably the best I got because it's gonna keep them healthy. Swiftness moves them faster. Regen and protection will help keep them alive. And then that's all generating might at the same time. Stop! Holy fuck!
That should bring Odin on board.
I did lose some troops there. Oh, I got the achievement anyways. Apparently I'm not the only one that has had a history of cutting out. I guess they're higher up.
Impressive, Archon. Your reputation as a leader and a strategist is clearly well earned.
I slowed the Forge reinforcements, but the key to stopping them is to take out Balthazar.
A worthy goal, one I look forward to helping you achieve. Count me and my soldiers in.
Assemble your troops and meet me outside Kodash. Once I command the full force of Joko's armies, the shunned god will fall.
No, there's one guy out here I could have recruited.
As Commander's back, can we lose the maggot wearer? I hate to admit it, but as unpleasant as Kazmir's illusion is, it does appear to be working. I guess so. Next time, how about you three be the Awakened, and I'll be your captured Char prisoner. Nice try, Cuddles. That had better not stick.
Only one of Joko's marshals is left. Shall we split up and ask around about Beast Marshal Aranko?
It worked this time. We'll regroup again near the necropolis.
I'm gonna try and use the same strategy on Balthazar that I used on him last time, where I'm gonna use the dodge build. The dodge defensive build, because that worked really well at just outlasting him. This one has a funny moment in it.
Have you seen Ritlock or Knock?
Cuddles and Knock arrived early. They want to be done with these disguises, so they already headed to Aranko's camp.
Opening some snacks.
Archon, your envoys are meeting with Beast Marshal Aranko now.
My envoys?
We should have never let them go in alone.
Hail, Archon. Your representatives and I were just discussing the situation about Balthazar.
I see. How presumptuous of them.
Forgive us, Archon. We meant no disrespect. We sought only to expedite matters, Archon.
Mongrels! Next time you step out of line, I'll put you both back in the graves I salvaged you from. Now go! Beast Marshal, might I suggest that the next time Joko sends his Archon to speak with you, you not start the meeting without him?
I assure you, Archon, nothing of import was discussed. In fact, they spoke highly of you, boasting of your superior riding skills. Of course. I like to think my mounted troops are without equal. Would you honor me with a demonstration of what makes you superior?
Are you questioning my abilities?
I mean no slight. But a mounted soldier requires more than just exceptional riding skills. Necromantic draining is essential if you hope to ride against Balthazar's horde.
Show me how it works. If your soldiers can master the technique, how difficult can it be?
You are most gracious, Archon. This way, please. I'd be honored to guide you through the most basic of our necromantic draining skills. First, please mount up and enter the paddock. As you approach any of these beasts while mounted, you'll sense that the grasp of Joko is available to you. By draining the life from your target, you can imbue your mount with unnatural speed. My troops use this skill to tame the beast of the valley. Now, if you'll come with me. If you bring half the conviction to the battlefield that you did to my compound, then I look forward to fighting Balthazar with you.
With me? Perhaps my companions misspoke in my absence, because Joko himself granted me sole command over his armies.
If you're leading Ogun's shambling infantry or Ikolo's worms, yes. But mine is a specialized unit, requiring a particular expertise.
As an Archon, I'm not accustomed to auditioning for command.
And as this squad's leader, I'm not about to let my troops be slaughtered by someone else's ineptitude. However, out of respect for the wishes of our beloved King Joko, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself worthy of assuming command. I have a test that measures my core members' abilities. If you successfully complete the Valley Beast circuit, I'll reconsider your request.
So if I fail, you still have the honor of fighting alongside the Archon. But if I succeed...
History shows you can lead. If you catch the beast with the grasp of Joko 3 times, you'll prove you can ride. To keep pace with the beast, you'll have to drain creatures in the area. There are also a few shortcuts for skilled mounts.
All this chatter. It would have been faster and easier for me to just seize control of your troops.
Very well, Archon. When you're ready to begin, simply step through this portal. Are you ready, Archon?
As ever, Beast Marshal. Got it. That's one. There's two. Three's all she asked for, but I think I can do more. That's
All right. Oh, fuck. No! Oh, got it.
And fight. I'd call that done.
Yeah, one with Bond of Vigor wasn't out the last time I did this, so Sai mentioning that Bond of Vigor plus Jackal makes it really broken in foot races.
Inspired riding, Archon. You are truly deserving of Joko's faith. I haven't witnessed such prowess since His Eminence lashed together 6 Hydras to run down the renegade Tarai Osa.
I look forward to leading you and the others to victory against the Pretender God.
It will be glorious. Hail Palawa Joko, Scourge of Vabi.
There you go.
Great work, Kaz. Now we have 3 of Joko's top marshals ready to follow us into battle.
Did you hear something? Was the mighty Archon addressing our pack of filthy mongrels?
I might have gotten a little carried away back there.
Maybe if the Archon whistled our marching orders in a higher register.
Put you both back in the graves I salvaged you from? Seriously, Commander?
Okay, but it did work. Time to focus on the big battle ahead. Balthazar, make whatever preparations you need, and we'll see each other again at Kodash Bazaar.
Where one path...
Alright, this is the final story instance.
So, that's Joko's finest. Wretched-looking group.
Still, they're about to stand shoulder to shoulder with us on the battlefield. So a little respect.
Oh, Commander. The Awakened troops are here, but no sign of Balthazar yet.
And there's Kralkatorrik, which means we're not too late. I should check in with our Awakened allies before Balthazar arrives. Kaz?
Coming up. Let's hope this is the last time.
Commander. Wait.
Leading a borrowed army of corpses into battle against the god of war.
I wish I'd known this was your plan when I bet on you at the casino.
But I have enjoyed working with you, Commander. I guess settling our personal debt has had its own value.
You don't owe me anything. As I recall, you volunteered to join me out here. So I'd say I now owe you.
That's what I meant. Holding a marker from someone like you is worth far more than gold.
You know, Kaz, if you'd rather sit this one out, we'd all understand.
Balthazar killed you, my commander. He killed Vlast and kidnapped Aurene. He would destroy my homeland in pursuit of revenge. Some gods just need to have their immortality revoked.
I got us into this mess over Sahothan, but you can get us out of it. Thinking back, I now know what Kormir meant. Undo this wrong. The means are in your grasp. You should have it.
No. So Hothin is yours.
The only thing that matters is stopping Balthazar. When he sees you're not dead, he'll turn his full fury on you and no one else. He won't expect you to have it, which makes this our best hope.
I'm honored, Tribune. I'll bring it back in one piece.
Yes, you will.
Commander, I hesitate
Yes, you get so hot.
According to the Order, there are 3 other entrances to the bazaar in addition to this main gate. Joko's marshals have dispatched soldiers to each location, but they themselves have chosen to remain here.
If Balthazar shows up at any of those other gates, the Awakened won't stand a chance without leadership.
So the skills you get are based...
That Balthazar could just waltz into
The skills you get
seems awful risky.
are based off of your class.
I agree. You 3 should coordinate the armies at each gate. I'll stay here since the marshals have already accepted my leadership.
Works for me.
Good luck to you, Commander.
Good luck to us all.
Archon, the Awakened are assembled and await your orders.
Troop Marshal, focus your troops on the forged infantry. Marshal Ironco's mounted corps will disrupt their snipers. Marshal Ikolo, Worm Marshal, where is your unit?
There, on the front line. Our ranks have shrunk as my worms have been sacrificed for the greater good. But a single, properly trained Janundu can wreak more havoc than 100 of Ogun's worthless worm-eating grunts.
Then you target the elite forged and keep them off our backs as best you can.
Archon, forge scouts on the ridge!
Awakened! Take your positions! In Joko's name, let's give Balthazar a proper desert welcome. Marshals, you have your orders. Go!
I'm gonna do this because I've not been using Renegade at all. And these two have really long cooldowns, so I can just keep up Alacrity to assist with that.
I feel furious!
Gotta make sure I'm just keeping the Alacrity, I'm maintaining that Alacrity upkeep.
Back me up!
Black Legion, see it done.
Take that, you stupid officer.
Alone. I'm okay.
I want to change. I'm changing to Boone.
Safe from harm. quicksand.
Commander!
Not now, Time.
Dragon Lab. Still doing research on the Incasho.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Sadizi said balance Elder Dragon.
Timey? Timey?
You can't escape.
My pain is easy.
This our commands. No one follows.
Heard that.
This, do this.
Not enough.
Resistance is going to be the hard part of this. Kind of amazing that I'm maintaining max might. Like, what am I doing to maintain that? I'm a Vindicator, right? So, like, where's the might coming from? Like, I know I get 1 might when I dodge. The other thing to try and remember is to use my 5 skills so I can upkeep the Fury, too. Don't get me wrong, so Hothen's great and everything, but I kind of just prefer my own sword skills for this particular build. We're gonna get rid of those booms. We're gonna do this.
Never make it across on foot.
Commander! The Exalted... The gods...
What just happened? Why did it get quiet? Timey, are you still there?
Just barely can make that jump. Yeah, Skyscale would break this whole segment. You're not, like, obviously Skyscale wasn't out by this point in time.
No one follows. I know.
Oh, Fury wore off. Gotta keep that resistance up. I'm not really getting status much, but it's helping. Like, it's one thing to take the reduced physical and, but it's just like, you get hit with slow. Like, for example, like the Awakened really love using their slows. And then you just know that you can laugh at it. You saw me fight those scarabs, right? I did that entire scarab event without missing a single attack. Like, it's by no means the strongest build out there, but it is interesting how it works. Can you not, please? Go away, Windows Update. I don't care. Hello. Going to... Weapon swap. Get that resistance back. Get that resistance back. I don't know if these pylons are supposed to be doing anything specific, but... I'm just gonna take out everyone I see regardless. The combat skill, being able to mount the sky scaling combat has also been super useful too. Just to say that. You're slowly chipping away, but you're basically so invulnerable that it doesn't really even matter. Dodge, dodge. This gets me more boons. It gets me more boons. I can try and keep up swiftness and regen. I keep forgetting to get, the Fury in before I start spamming, dodge.
I'm here to free Aurene from that thing.
You defended a prince answer to escape the domain of the lost. But your resurrection is over.
No more running, Balthazar! Face me!
What the fuck?
Someone help me!
Fuck you too, game. Don't you love it when you get insta-downed and you have no way of getting back up? They're not getting hit by my attack, by the way. They were right beside me as I was throwing attacks at them, and they were not getting hit. Just want to point that out. Don't you love it when you just use the last bit of your energy right before they knock you down? So that way, like, literally seconds before, so that way you have no stun break.
What does it take to finish this thing? Guess
It's a pretty interesting fight, I have to say, though. Like, it's definitely unique compared to what you're normally used to. Use this. That again. Do this. Pull it back. There's 4 of them. Okay.
I've got to protect Kormir. I can't believe I just said that.
Fuck! Fuck you two. I'm not really even focusing on much. I'm just focusing on trying to maintain, like, not letting energy sit. I need to make sure I'm using my 1 and 2 a lot more, though. Can you not? Fuck you!
Not enough energy.
Stay with me, Aurene. It won't be long now.
You can die.
Even the ire of an elder dragon bounces off its protected shield.
Looks like Kralk Katoric isn't going to sit this one out.
No! 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 Oh my god, you don't even know. I was so fucking panicked that I had lost connection again. Must you piece of forged shit! Fucking die!
Machine's down. You failed.
Your joy confounds me. Do you think this is over? The Scion is still mine. The dragon is near death. You will not keep me from my destiny! So, the commander of the Dragon's Watch Guild.
Safe from harm.
now stands alone.
Not enough energy.
Against the god of war. Armed with nothing but a soul. And the foolish belief that you just accomplished something.
I've stopped you.
Oh, that was a good dodge.
That's something.
You've stopped nothing. My war beast has weakened Kraldator. All I need to finish the task is the Scion craft behind her.
Then I guess we're not finished here.
This has gone on long enough. Kraldatoric's magic will be mine.
Aurene, glad to see you in one piece. Let's keep it that way. Stay close, and let's coordinate our attacks.
Does this give me full energy? No, just barrier. Dodge! Dodge! Switch back to Sohathan. Might as well try to get some Fury on there. He's definitely, man, it's a good thing this guy had nothing to do with Kantha, because Vindicator is absolutely his weakness.
Dream on. I'll die before I let you hurt her again.
Let's go, Aurene. The funny thing is this is what's the really funny part about this, is he's his own downfall. Because the only reason we managed to beat him is because of Aurene. Right? So so Aurene coming kind of led to his own downfall in a way. Let's go. Pick this up. You can't hurt me, you can't hurt me, you can't hurt me, cause Aurene is the best. And he timed those dodges coincidentally just right. And he doesn't do crap. Like I said, this is such a fun build. It's nowhere near powerful. But like, you're almost like, you get it. If you get caught while unaware, obviously you're screwed, but as long as you stay aware, you're immune to, like, obviously Boon Strip is a huge weakness to this.
to fight infants. I'm out of endurance.
Let's go. But not counting direct boon strip. You're basically immune to all non-damaging status effects. Take a third from damaging and strike damage related damage. But then you also are like basically designed to dodge as much as possible, because that is what is an assistance in the build.
I can fix what I've done, but only if Kralkatorek lives.
No, what you started, I will finish.
Need more endurance.
I don't know, you've done nothing to get me anywhere near death since this fight started. Your machine did more to me than you have. Let's go, Oreen.
The gods have abandoned this world, abandoned you.
No, they abandoned you.
What are you?
Still standing.
Oh, this is such a fun build.
I am a god. Curse you, Dwayna. Melandru.
And so falls the god of war. There's Kralkatorek over there. We never really looked at him. But yeah, both Oreen and Kralkatorek are absorbing Balthazar's magic. At this point in time, if you look at the map stopped. The brand stopped here. This path of brand was added during Living Story. Living Story Season 4.
Commander, are you okay?
Where's Balthazar?
Dead. Balthazar was determined to kill an Elder Dragon, and we stopped him. The world is safe. For now.
Is Oreen okay?
She saved my life, but then she ran off. Probably not safe to stay here. We should meet up back in Amnoon to discuss what to do next.
See you back in Amnoon.
And Balthazar is
Where
dead.
one path ends,
We beat Pathfire. Do the epilogue. Daily reset is in 1 minute. This was good timing. The progress being made now is phenomenal. Why is everyone here?
Faster! Faster!
5 veteran enemies, gather 15 resources with a mining pick, complete a renowned heart, and pen defeated enemies. I can do all of that really easily.
That's valuable.
Swift and steady.
A sun spear in public. Their alliance with Amnoon must be going well. Taimi, what are you doing in Amnoon?
I decided to take a break from the lab and get back out in the field. I'm here to give you guys a hand and hopefully poke some stuff. Of course, I'm sure old Flunt and his flunky squad are probably combing through my dragon lab as we speak. Anyway, Jory and I hitched a ride with Captain Keel and some trade envoys in her slow, floaty airship. This place really needs an Asura gate.
Taimi. Balthazar's dead.
I heard! Congratulations! So what do we call you now? Dragon Slayer or God Stomper or what?
Taimi, focus. When Balthazar died, Kral Katorik absorbed most of his freed energy. Kral Katorik's even stronger and more dangerous than ever.
Oh boy, that could seriously accelerate the Elder Dragon imbalance. I should run some worst-case hypotheticals right away. You're lucky I'm here. And good thing I've got everything I need right here in Mobile Lab Scruffy 2.0.
Excuse me, Commander. Chief Counselor Amon requests your presence inside for a small celebration to honor your victory.
Sounds like someone's gotta go take a bow.
Thank you.
She's waiting for you now in the town square, sir. Everyone is.
No rest for the heroic.
Taimi, I'll go say a quick hello to the Counselor. Then we can meet on the docks. I'll catch you up on everything there.
You got it, God Stomper.
It is a happy day indeed. Even now, the awake...
Hi, Commander. We heard the great news about Balthazar. I hope you don't mind my arranging this little celebration of your victory.
It's an impressive gathering, Counselor. But my crew and I really must rest.
Of course, I'm certain killing gods must be exhausting work, but I can't in good conscience let Amnoon's heroes leave until you've all been fed, fawned over, and properly feted.
Perhaps just for a moment.
Grand Vizier, this is the Commander, the hero who led the awakened troops to their stunning victory over Balthazar.
What? No! Archon Ibaru led the Awakened. I spoke with him personally.
I don't know this Archon, Grand Vizier, but I assure you that I'm the one to whom you entrusted your benevolent leader's armies. When the truth about this victory is told to King Joko, I promise your name will come up as well.
No. Oh, no. Excuse me. I must go. Now.
That's odd, and a bit worrisome. Urumishi may be a servile little weasel, but he moves in the highest echelons of Joko's government. But no, I won't let dark thoughts of that Lich King ruin this celebration. Today is about you, your companions, and your glorious victory.
Actually, Counselor, I need to tell you the truth about what happened at Kodash.
No. Save your honesty for another day. It's been too long since this city, since these people have had anything to celebrate, or heroes to embrace. They need this. They need you. In fact, citizens of Amnoon, raise your glasses in toast to our heroes who delivered us from Balthazar and restored peace to our city.
Cheers!
Ritlock.
Those who owe you their lives want to hear momentous victory. Or, if you'd rather take a few moments to relax, mingle, and enjoy the moment first, you can take the stage whenever you're ready.
I've never seen an actual hero up close before.
Of all the gods, I've always liked Balthazar least.
But Kormir knows how
Anyway,
we've been
I'm
through the
glad
underworld and back. You literally and me figuratively. Hey, Kormir, you told me, and we don't want everyone to know yet. She's still wrestling with the fact that she's gone. They're all gone. That the gods would leave us for a good reason. But I can't help but feel like they've abandoned us. Then again, I've been fighting solo for most of my life, so I suppose I'm done without them. I've done without them just fine. Oh. Which one did I get? Search the caves near the lair of the Forgotten in the Desolation. Yeah, this backpack you get, which unlocks the collections, I believe you get based on the option you pick at the beginning of who you want to defend the city. Right? You pick Amnoon, Mordant, or Sunspear. Yeah, there you go. Speaking to her in Small Victory. Yo, we get to talk to the chief. Veteran Choya chief.
You're always welcome here.
Captain Rahim.
I know you've killed dragons and a god and whatever, but I still bet I could take you. I'm pretty sure.
As soon as I'm finished with this speech, thank you for encouraging them. We've got to gather everyone up and find
It's embarrassing to think that Dragon's Watch has been reduced to dragon babysitting.
You saw what happened when Balthazar died. Now we've got to go deal with an enraged, unpredictable Elder Dragon.
Oh, when it causes unpredictions.
That's all I've wanted to do from the start.
Well, you're about to get your wish. I just have to figure out what I should tell these people first. Any advice?
What did Canuck say?
I haven't spoken to him yet. Why?
I just wanted to know which one of us you came to first.
Seriously?
Well, I think you have to tell them the truth.
That the gods have abandoned them? That killing Balthazar backfired? And now there's a riled-up crystal dragon somewhere on the horizon?
Listen, if Kralkatorix shows his big scaly snout here, it'd be nice if these people were ready for it.
But then, maybe what these people really need is a brief moment of hope and happiness before they go back to living every day in fear.
You've already talked to Casimir, haven't you?
Sorry, Tribune. I'm not saying.
I hope my daughter grows up to be just like you.
Commander, good. We've got to get back out there and find Aurene.
and figure out what to do about Kralkatorrik. We just have to make a graceful exit from this celebration.
By the way, you're not considering telling these people everything that's happened, are you?
I don't know yet.
Please. I've spent a lot of time around these people. I'm not sure that they could handle the truth about the gods or the Elder Dragons. Not after all they've been through. Can't we just give them one day?
I suppose it is true the most immediate threat is gone.
Then let them keep singing and dancing and laughing. For today. Whatever tomorrow brings, we'll face it then.
Seems like saving the world used to be so much simpler.
I doubt you remember me, but I was in the pyramid the day you arrived. When the Forged attacked. I never got to thank you, so thank you.
We owe you our lives.
Is that him? Mommy, is that the hero?
I'm glad this victory party is not a funeral procession. Don't mention it. In fact, don't ever mention it that when we never met, understood. I get it. Spy stuff, right? Can't tell if you're being serious or just obtuse. Either way, I'm glad we had this chat. I'll see you around. What are you doing here? Mailbird told me of your victory. Thought I'd fly down and... It's a melting pot. Indeed, she has. Paid opportunities, partnerships, dinner reservations. On that note, if you'll excuse us.
You think before you guys pack up and head home, you can maybe do something about those pesky sand sharks? They're the worst.
Sorry, the Orient Gulper. They were so intense it felt like a punch to the mouth. Delicious, heavily seasoned with local spices and a hint of citrus. Very slimy. Low in wine. Elegant white wine with a distinct floral taste. Though not too sweet, the flavor is rich and full, invoking thoughts of pastry dough and buttery breads. Authentic Amnoon roast coffee. Strong and bitter coffee with bits of grain, like grinded raw coffee beans with your teeth. The caffeine gives you an instant energy rush. Tea is bright and refreshing, lightly sweet, and the mint is not overpowering. Frozen orange-colored drink. Icy dessert drink made mostly of apricot juice and ice. A sudden shock of cold gives you a brain freeze.
For the last time, I am not a grouchy cactus man, nor am I a giant talking choya. You urchins have the manners of a fifth-born.
This celebration, it's all wrong.
Tell me about it. They closed the casino for this little soiree, so I can't collect for my wager on you until tomorrow. Which means I'm stuck in this haven for giddy, singing, dancing humans for at least one more day. Heat and humans is not my idea of a good time.
We'll be out of here soon enough.
Really? Unless I misheard, don't you have a speaking engagement first?
Believe me, I've considered just sneaking out. But I'm convinced Councillor Iman would just hunt me down.
Might I suggest, when you do speak, that you avoid giving them the whole frightful truth while they're in such a party mood. On the other hand, I would also be wary of painting too rosy a picture. No reason to encourage their delusions of safety. We want them to stop this frivolous behavior and return to their senses when the morning comes. Just keep it vague. Nothing to get people too worked up either way.
You just don't want them to close the casino again tomorrow.
In my defense, it was a substantial wager.
Honestly, I'm not sure what I'll tell them. I just want to get it over with so we can turn our attention back to Aurene and Kralkatorrik.
Commander, the crowd is getting restless. It's time to take the stage.
Let's check in with the others, but who are... Oh, there's more over here.
Unique ability to teleport are what makes them the superior mount.
Well, my raptors may not glow in the dark, but they can run circles around those sluggish sand dogs of yours.
Oh, the trainers.
Important in a bustling city. But once you venture into the real world of quicksand and toxic bogs, the skimmer is king.
But you gotta admit, there's no mount cuter or fluffier than my springers.
That's true. Can't argue with you there.
Springer's ideal for anyone harvesting pelts.
What?
So, change your topic then?
Hey, Skimmer, you got there. Yes. Good. Just that simple. Alright, who else do I still need to talk to? Evidently there's still it still says optional check-in with the others around noon, so there's more people to talk to. Who is left? It has to be someone that's like out of sight, right? There's someone left to talk to. Whatever.
People of Amnoon, please open your hearts and prick up your ears for the warrior who stood toe-to-toe with the wrathful god, and how.
Today there's reason to celebrate. For the citizens of Amnoon, Elona, and the world. For today,
Peace has returned to this land. For too long, Balthazar and his army of forged horrors have cast a dark cloud over the desert. A darkness that threatened to consume us all. He betrayed not only his fellow gods, but all of you who revered him. But a short while ago, on the steps of the Kodash Bazaar, a tiny band of mortals stood up to this betrayer god, and they put an end to his plans. Thank you! Unfortunately, Balthazar's death had already set loose another beast of carnage, the Elder Dragon, Kralkatorrik, the creature who once branded swaths of Ascalon with crystalline death, took to the skies over your beloved desert. So after having slain the disgraced god, we now set ourselves a new task. We swear to let no god nor beast harm this desert or its people. For now, the wounded beast is gone, driven off by our efforts. For now, the long nights of chaos have given way to a new day of peace. The Elder Dragons will no doubt someday return. But when they do, we will be ready. I promise. So by all means, celebrate. Enjoy this moment. For as of now, this world belongs to us. Not gods, not dragons, not awakened or forged or branded. To us. Elonians, Tyrians, Canthans. The world is changing. We, all of us, are the ones who are changing it. And woe to any who would stand in our way. So, a toast. Many challenges lie ahead, but may every battle lead to victory. And every victory
I actually don't
to
mind the
celebration.
upbeatness of this.
Thank you.
Commander, such an inspiring speech. I'm just brimming with optimism.
It's really funny how disheartening she sounds when you go truth across the whole thing.
You and I should talk sometime before I leave.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
Now that you've convinced them the world is in absolutely no danger, why not join us outside? So we can figure out how to keep it from exploding into a million pieces.
So, boss, what's next? I filled Timey in on everything that happened with Balthazar, Kralkatorrik,
when?
And Aurene.
First of all, about my killing Balthazar.
You did what you had to do to save Aurene and yourself.
And if it weren't for you, Commander, none of those people at that party would be alive right now.
That's rather faint praise.
Well, first thing we have to do is find Aurene.
First thing is to hunt down Kralkatorrik.
Neither of those will help until we find out how to replace Elder Dragons.
And, as usual, we'll probably end up having to protect all those innocent idiots who don't know how to stay out of harm's way.
Oh yeah, that's an actual firework. I'm pretty sure in the game.
We're all thinking it, so I'll just come out and say it. Should we try one more time to get all of Dragon's Watch together?
After all this time, do you even know where everyone is?
Well, one of them is right here.
Jory!
Kaz, thank the gods you're okay. Canuck told me what happened with Balthazar.
I was so afraid I'd never get to see you again. To tell you that I am so sorry about the way we left things.
I know. Me too.
I hate to interrupt, but did anybody feel that?
Feel what?
Oh dear.
Tell me this is just normal desert stuff.
And there's Zaitan's magic kicking in, allowing him to brand a dead devourer. And that's Aurene having evolved through the... or grown through absorbing Balthazar's magic. It accelerated her growth.
The Sun Spears aren't much of an army, but they are an inspiration.
Hey, one sun spear is worth 10
Hey,
cavaliers.
Commander, it's Timey.
Just don't
Here
tell
with
Raheem I
Ritlock.
said that.
Say hi, Ritlock. Ritlock has rounded up our provisions, and I'm almost done desert-proofing Scruffy. So, whenever you're ready to start looking for Aurene, we're at a Doyak Ranch just outside Amnoon.
Follow the smell.
Man, I love when it cuts out mid-story, huh? Like, I just love, like, you know, I don't even know if anyone saw the ending of that, because the internet cut again. Like, fuck this. So, we're now situated in for Living Story Season 4, which we are not going to bother with, because we have other things to do. So first things first, we're going to head to Divinity's Reach. We're going to hit our home instance, and that should get us the 15 mining thing. I will say this build worked very well against Balthazar. Like I said, not particularly like the most powerful of builds. Oh my god! Come on, internet! Work with me here! I can go the entire fucking day with no problems until evening for some reason. I'm telling you, I don't know what the problem is again. I bought a spare Ethernet cord in case it's that again. But, like, the problem is it's not cutting out randomly. It's only cutting out in the evenings. Which doesn't make any sense. If the cord is the problem, why is it not cutting out at any single point in time? Right, remember, I streamed for at least 5 hours before I'm pretty sure I had any internet connection issues.
That's valuable.
Yeah, the Living Story Season 4 starts out with a very, very dangerous realization.
That's valuable.
We'll get dailies done, and then we'll end stream. This is good timing. Pathfire done in 2 days. That's fantastic. We're slowly catching up, and when I say slowly catching up, that also means that, you know, slowly getting to the end of this. This is going to be my longest playthrough, and then it'll kind of turn into Genshin, where I only end up playing it on updates. Or maybe, like, if there's gonna be any, like, group activity, like the guild wants to do something. But I am happy to have Guild Wars on my channel all prepped, so whenever they do come around to actually ending Guild Wars 2, you know, a game that's been going on for 11 years now. That I can have it on my channel. Maybe I won't do everything. Like, there's things I don't plan to do. Like, I don't necessarily care about getting legendaries. I only got Bolt out of convenience. The fact that the game basically gave it to me. Right? That was the only reason I got Bolt. Like, I don't see myself caring about legendary armor, or legendary runes, or any of that stuff. I don't care about raiding, so I generally don't care about doing any of that. I don't know, I don't really know where my opinion is on fractals, because, like, they're basically just mini dungeons, and I would like to do dungeon story. I've already talked to Sai and Ray about that. With power creep, the three of us should be able to handle, story. So if we have a free moment, like, they're gonna jump in and give me a hand, and we'll actually, like, go through the dungeon stories and watch them. Alright, so that's this. So Renowned Heart, 5 veterans, loot 10 defeated enemies. Is there a heart that can... Yes, there is a heart that has veteran enemies in it. I don't know if I can loot them, but... I only want to fight the bows. Because they actually can't hurt me. Not with Ventari's shield up.
I make a pretty good team.
That's an armor. I do not want to fight the armors. The armors do not play nice. Here's another bow. There's another armor. I'm gonna start losing my ability to hunt these things, though. Like, I'm gonna lose my mount.
Safer.
There's another one coming down the stairs, though, so I'm fine. That's an armor.
Had enough?
Oh, and I got another strange rock. I've just been banking those right now. Dear God, the game is just handing me ascended rings. Like, that's a broken item now that you can pick literally any stat with it. 5 veterans.
Might and glory.
Yeah, I don't particularly know why it didn't, like, ding me. Like that. I think it has to do with the mount.
Had enough? Safe from harm.
Die. Hello, Bo. Goodbye, Bo.
We must renew ourselves.
Yeah, staff 5 on Revenant is so broken in terms of CC. Because it's like 120 knockback, you know, 150 defiance. That's per hit. And it hits 9 times. Come on, just die. Thank you. And that got me the loot one, too. There you go. All dailies done. That was actually conveniently well thought out. I didn't know if they were specifically going to drop anything, mind you, but... So, instead of going to Divinity's Reach this time, we won't be playing this again until Thursday, mind you. I am going to... It'll be another Thursday, Friday Guild Wars 2 session next week. But since the next thing is right over here, Eye of the Brandstorm, we may as well just stop here instead of our normal stop of Divinity's Reach. See how much story we can get done when we don't stop to figure out builds? God knows how many times. Right, so we will exit the desktop. Since I have no reason to continue playing today. Yeah, that was incredible. Like, outside of, you know, the internet being a dick, that was an incredibly productive stream, you know, finishing up Path of Fire, entering into Living Story Season 4. Now, I can't make promises as to how fast this one's gonna go. Honestly, Path of Fire was the last time I started pushing multiple characters through a story. I stopped I always had this goal: if I had one character of every race that was, or not race, class that was fully map completed and full on story, and I was working towards it, but I ended up, like, you know, it just ended up never fully coming to be. Some characters got pushed through story, like a lot, because of weapon collections and stuff, especially in Heart of Thorns. You notice how you got an auric weapon, you got a chalk weapon. Some of those weapons are rather expensive to get, especially chalk weapons. Very inconvenient to get. So the best way to get them, or so, you know, if you ran through story on a certain number of characters based on their classes, you could basically get a lot of weapons crossed off the list. You wouldn't be able to get all of them that way, but you were able to get, like, I think it's like 11 out of 18 of them or something like that, right? Like a good chunk of them could be achieved through story, which saved you a lot of money versus the time spent. But that didn't really matter to me because, like, I really only had to do story up to, like, completing New Hawk. Like, I never actually... And I figured out ways to kind of maximize the way I did it, but not... But it's harder to maximize in that regard. But yeah, so Living Story... So Path of Fire I completed once on every character. I had to do that, though, for the spec collections. So every expansion, there's a new spec that would get added, and they'd add a collection for it. So basically, you'd get an ascended weapon of whatever that class's unique weapon is when you complete the collection, and it would come with a unique skin. And you had to beat the Path of Fire story as one of the things on each class, which was annoying, but you had to do it. Same with map completion, which I did map complete on multiple characters, but I pretty much just did Desert Highlands. I deemed it the easiest of the maps to complete, so that was the one I completed. But yeah, and that led to... But yeah, after that, I stopped really... I think maybe that's where things were starting to dwindle with my enjoyment of the game as much. And I stopped caring about running story so much on other characters. Because I would be spent, like, a new story would come out, I'd play it, I'd try to go for the achievements, and then grind the masteries, map complete, and then by then I was just, yeah, didn't really need anything else, right? So I didn't want to be like one of those people that traps themselves in the new map for whatever reason. I would do it to unlock the node too, the home instance node, like, but I would generally try to prep for that because that's pretty much just 10,000 magic, which you could get before the expansion started. In a lot of cases I did. I would go to the previous maps and start farming out the magic. The only hard one was the first map, which is the domain of Easton, I believe. No, that's not the first map, I don't think. I don't remember what the first one is. I believe it's Easton. But that could also be maybe the second one. I don't remember. All I know is that one, because it switched from unbound magic to volatile magic, obviously you had to start from scratch on grinding out magic. But then pretty much, like, at least until Skyscale, you didn't really need the shards for anything, so I just kept consuming them. Or like the map specific material, I just kept consuming it over and over. And then every time I got it, I would run in, I would do the dailies on the map to get the materials, consume it, and then just grind up my magic. So when I walked into the new area, boom, got it right off the bat, right? And then you use the home instance to help farm. But yeah. So tomorrow we will be doing BioShock. Yeah, I didn't mean to delay that one. I don't really mean to delay, like, this last week has just been crazy at work, and the whole aspect of Domain of Art, yeah, like, when that day came, I was a little tired, but not like super, like, I think I'm gonna pass out, but like, I even said to a coworker that knows I stream, and I said, if it was literally any game other than BioShock, I'd probably play it. But it was just like, it's the nature of what BioShock kind of does to me that really put me off of playing it that day. But we should be fine doing it tomorrow. Yeah, so, you know, unless something wild goes on. I do have the first week off in October. Though, do keep in mind, like, remember that I don't, when I do that, I don't always play, I don't double up on games, usually. So, you know, if the games are still going, you got BioShock, you got Stardew, and I'm hoping, I don't know about BioShock, because I don't really know when the ending is, but with Stardew specifically, I want to get that game done. Right? Like, so Stardew, hopefully Stardew is being finished first. It does. I already have an idea for what I want to replace BioShock with, and I'm about to comment on that. So I'll say this instead. I said before that whichever finished first, Stardew or BioShock, I'd be playing Ribbit King next, because I've really kind of wanted to stream that game. It's obscure, but I didn't start streaming to play the most popular games on Steam, and keep doing that to the point that I never finished the previous ones. I play what I want to play, and I want to get it out of the way. And I've always had this dream of doing like a 4-player Ribbit King playthrough, and not playthrough, but like matches with friends in the future. But I need to unlock stuff first. There's not a whole lot unlocked, so I got to play story mode to do that. So what better time, right? I don't know if I'll ever end up doing that, but that's a plan. BioShock, when it's done, I already said I'm not doing BioShock 2. I don't feel like physically, emotionally, mentally ready to do BioShock 2. But what I do want to do is, I commented on this during Borderlands 3, that I really wanted to try a random lock in Borderlands 2. It's my most played game in record, outside of Guild Wars 2. On Steam, in my Steam library, it is my most played game. by like a lot. Second place doesn't even reach 2,000 hours, and I'm over 3,000 in Borderlands 2. So I put a lot of time into that game. I know a lot about that game, so I want to see how it goes about with limiting myself. And I know I already played Borderlands 2, so this is kind of like the Final Fantasy 12 treatment, where I replayed it under different circumstances, but random locked it. Krieg is allowed. I'm going to stipulate that because last time I played Borderlands 2, I tried my best at as a melee only / melee minimum or melee maximum challenge because I didn't really melee only. But Krieg is allowed because we're following the standard practices of what I was doing in the random lock in Borderlands 3 by the end of it, which is I randomize the weapon and manufacturer he can use, or the character can use, not specifically Krieg, but it's because I randomize the shield manufacturer as well, so he may not get Roid Shield. If it's Krieg, I may not get Roid Shield, so that would restrict him a bit more. And B, I randomize what skill tree the point goes into. Right? Now it's only 1 to 3 this time. And on top of that, class mods. While class mods, just like I said before, are not restricted, and artifacts. Those are the two things I will not restrict because of their their nature and not necessarily being something I can use or benefit from. So with that, you know, so yeah, I can't, like, it won't be melee only, but I can't even guarantee I'll get many melee points. So for those that don't remember, in Borderlands 2 or Borderlands 3, I did a random lock, and eventually I came up with the idea. I respec and I said I'm gonna randomize 1 to 4. In Borderlands 2, it'll be 1 to 3 because there's only 3 skill trees, and that's the tree I have to put the point into. I can pick where that point goes because options will be limited anyways. In a lot of cases, I could only end up having 1 spot for it, depending on where the point goes. But actually, I don't think that'll be true. Not with, yeah, it wouldn't be true. But yeah, so yeah, I won't be able to. I highly doubt I'd be able to mimic the build I had. On top of that, class mods function differently in 2. In Borderlands 3 and in Wonderlands also follows the same aesthetic. If you equip the class mod, you get access to the traits it buffs regardless of whether you've invested in them or not. This was actually hugely important in some of the builds I ran. I think it was my Spore Warden's Spell Shot playthrough, where I had a trait that was very crucial to the build that I did not have points into, that I only had because of a class mod, and it basically made that playthrough fun. That trait. It made the harmonization between those two classes perfect. Which was like, if I cast a spell, I think it was in Spell Shot, because that was the secondary treat. If I cast a spell, my gun takes 10%, gains bonus 10% damage of that element on it. So like if I use a fire spell, then my gun now does a bonus 10% damage that is fire. Or something like that. And that changed the playthrough. That made it so much more fun. So yeah. I'm trying to formulate my ideas here. So yeah, we'll see where it goes, because, you know, like, I'm praying to, like, I want to say I pray to God, but there are legitimate weapons in that game that scare me. Like, I could get shafted. Basically, anything other than Bandit SMG, and I won't be happy in terms of Bandit. I'll take pretty much any doll. Assault rifle is pretty shitty outside of maybe doll. Some Vladovs are okay, but yeah, pretty terrible in that game. Pistols are pretty good. I'd take a Jacob's pistol. So I may want to ask on this one. I'd need to see someone that watched my Borderlands 3 playthrough, but or maybe I'll ask my friends like Ray or Sai, because they played Borderlands 2 with me, or they've played Borderlands games with me before in the past. In the random lock, I specifically set it so that I had, you know, no, I don't think I will. I was gonna say, it's like, I got Dull Assault Rifle, for example. So does that mean I should restrict Dull Assault Rifle in 2 just to try out something different? And then I realized, no, because Dull Assault Rifle is like the only good assault rifle in the game, and I'd literally be removing that as an option. Right? So yeah, so we'll see what we get. Bandit SMG is probably one of the best SMGs, just because of like the various uniques and stuff you can get, like the Slaga, the Bone Shredder, right? And you know, so we'll have to see. Gage is gonna be a tricky one. I'll say that right now, because unlike all the others, Gage's red tree does not have options, like basically where you have 5 and 5 and you just go down. Gage's red tree, you have to put 5 into the point. Like, you're basically locked into anarchy, which isn't bad if you know how to manage it. But if I don't get the points for Discord, it's going to be way harder to manage than I'd be comfortable with. And I'd also not really have the guns that I'd want to use for it. Anarchy builds are really reliant on the types of guns you have. Yeah, and then Krieg would also be a bit tricky too, because the red tree sets him on fire. Though, until you get a specific trait, only fire weapons do it. So if I just avoid using fire weapons, I could be fine. In Borderlands 2, shock is neutral against everything. So, except for shock-related enemies, which are very few. So I could avoid the fire thing by doing that until I get the trait and decide what I want to do. It also depends on the weapons too, right? Like if I get Torg and Jacobs, that eliminates 2 aspects of elemental usage. Because outside of one SMG, I think there's, Jacobs gets an elemental weapon of each element. There's the fire pistol that drops from Scarlet in her DLC, the stink pot, which is a corrosive assault rifle that can sometimes drop in from a non-repeatable boss in Borderlands 2. Then you have the Twister, a shock shotgun, which drops from a very powerful enemy you basically have to prep for in Borderlands, or in Sir Hammerlock's DLC. And then the Cobra, which is the rarest sniper in the game, rarest weapon in the game, as it has like a less than like 1% chance to spawn, period, going through all the multipliers. But it is an explosive sniper, right? So those are the only ways to get elemental weapons within Jacobs. Borg only has explosive elemental, like no other options there. It's exclusively explosive elemental. And by the way, as I did before, I will be playing in order of release. So I play the main game, I play Scarlet, I play Torg, I play Hammerlock, I play Tiny Tina's, and then I do the Headhunter DLCs, and then I do and then I will do Commander Lilith. I always finish on Commander Lilith because I'm basically, like, I think Tiny Tina's is the only one that came out after some of the Headhunters, but I kind of do it a bit different. Because I remember the Valentine's Day one was the first add-on they did that specifically added character dialogue responses to what's going on. And then they did it again in the other Headhunters. And then, and then they did it in Tiny Tina as well. But yeah, so anyway, with that said, I'll see everyone tomorrow for Bioshock. My name's Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King, and be a friend, foe, or a member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone. Just realized I may have been muted that entire time. Or did I hit mute? Well, let's pray to God I wasn't. If I was, BioShock tomorrow. BioShock's being replaced by Borderlands 2. Random Lock. Stardew being replaced by Ribbit King. And yeah. Bye.